It's storm point first, right?
Yeah.
Where the fuck are we? 8. Okay. I got toilet. We're back.
No, join the Discord.
Alright, this. I'll be back.
Ooh, let's go. Bathroom. Be right back, bro. Let me get.
I got murder on my mind.
Murder on my mind.
I got murder on my mind. I will take her around this pond. Outside. Didn't mean to shoot them. Caught me by surprise. Code is under.
Alright, bitches.
Hello.
Let's go. Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Staring at the door.
Okay, let's go.
내게 문제가 많아 시포포 흘리고 난 먹지 않아 Babe dreams working low now want some Prada 딴애 새끼들 삶이 안 궁금해 나 Cause I bang a bang bang blinking black eyes I'm popping on your gram and fucking YouTube 내 목소리는 돈이 됐지 who knew 날 싫어했던 애도 나를 구글리 나 따라 춤추게 만드는 브로콜리 달고 사는 기침소 안이 purpley 집에 새긴 작은 내 손보라
Body.
여자들 앞에선 멋지 but no fucking bitches true illusion working fuck with stitches pop pop cough coughs yeah more money more thighs more
Wait, we didn't know if we contested it there or not.
shitty ayy I'm a shitty
He's not in the lobby.
Yeah, but like maybe there's other EU teams. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. We roll them.
Roll them, smoke them.
Yeah. Do 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 do.
Go in my eyes, go in my eyes, and I don't see no problems. Problem bitch, yeah, you know. Problem bitch, yeah. 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 Problem bitch, yeah. Problem bitch, yeah. 다 따라 춤추게 만드는 브로콜리 달고 사는 기침소 안이 purpley 집에 새긴 작은 내 손보라 stack of meals 여자들 앞에선 busting ain't no fucking beat 다 따라 춤추게 만드는 브로콜리 달고 사는 기침소 안이 purpley 집에 새긴 작은 내 손보라 stack of meals 여자들 앞에선 멋지 but no fucking problem bitch yeah you know problem bitch yeah problem bitch yeah you know problem bitch yeah problem bitch yeah you know problem bitch yeah problem bitch yeah you know problem bitch yeah
Problem bitch. Yeah, problem bitch.
Teen Titans, 영 대시비 볼달 형 새끼들 몰라 그냥 텍스트가 놀라 영문 백 but you know what 누가 왜 숨이 더 빨라 내일부터 우리
Every time when y'all be asking about what I'm doing, I answer bad. Like, I'm working on something. You been working on who? Nah, I've been working on a new. Where'd you met this girl at? Bro, I'm working on a track. Oh, I get it. Now y'all famous as shit. You been slaying damn bitches, right? A lot of my homies told me they saw you around clubs and shit. What? Maybe cause I perform a lot. 우치한 놈들은 계속 몰라. 공연이 잡혀있지 주말마다. 계약서 한 장 없이 여기까지 올라온 내 노력을 헛되게 떠들지 마. 앉아있만 너랑 난 친하니까. 즐겁는 사람은 내가 없이 날 도와준 works crew. I pay screen from the main street. 그리고 이태원. My man 24 on the wheel. 가끔한 번씩 한강을 걷거나 영화 보기. That's all I know. But when I'm back in the stool, killing these bitches rapper들 too.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
His name is Rondon Streams Twitch in LGS. He
Yeah, I
fucking
know.
smoking it.
You did to me, I did to you. Nice. Area alerts off and everything. Right. You're obsessed, just let it go. You're dead to me.
그만해 just do it 그냥 해 네가 원하는 길은 널 싫어해 get away but I think I like a silhouette oh no 못 좀 하는 거지 그냥 똑똑해 밤에는 넌 어때 너는 뭐 저래 yeah 네가 겨우 꺼낸 멘트 혹시 주말에 저녁에 시간 연연의 말에 뚝 잘라내지 다 가래 댕보시 어느 큐bil 난 의미 없어 다 됐고 아마 내 큐bil
What is merhaba? What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Hello. Hello. That's what it means.
Oh.
Oh. What is this, Swedish now?
Wait, do I have any loose cables? My monitor just fucking turned off. Started.
We in the juice.
Yeah, I was 17.
Alright. I don't know if anyone lands here. We'll figure it out. We'll see.
Wait, we'll see. Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. Oh my. Well, we just do it the same way.
It's fun.
Just the same way like yesterday. If we are contested, we only fight if it makes sense to fight. If it doesn't make sense to fight, we scan the beacon, we fuck off. If there's no beacon, we're probably fighting because we can't see the zone. So
Can we just the two teams not come in?
I don't know. We'll see soon.
They're not
my.
connected. Yeah, 6 people not connected.
Damn it.
We're starting. I think so.
Solaris. It's always Solaris, bro. Every single time. someone doesn't connect, it's always Solaris. And we're playing on some shit fucking internet, dude.
No.
Solaris griefing.
A lot of people didn't connect apparently. Holy shit.
Match ended by admin.
Match
Yeah.
ended.
By admin. Look. Oh no. Even the champions.
We were champs?
Yeah. Oh, good. It's a good plane, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna be sick for us.
I can see if somebody lands on us then.
No, we can't see if someone lands on us, dude, because he fucking ended it too soon. That's cheating.
That was a great ship, dude.
Now
That
we're
was a
gonna get one.
beautiful
Now we're
smile,
gonna
sir.
get one coming from lightning rod, dude. The opposite.
It's nice.
Dude, what the fuck? I had 4 golden backpacks, dude. Come on.
Dude, what was that? Dude, I had a gold wingman. I had a gold PK. I had it all, dude. I'm gonna look for a new code.
Yeah.
Alright, I need to. I make you on 120. Speak now. Okay, holy shit, you're loud now.
Mongolia throat singing, dude.
I have to do this, dude. I have
Alright, put the music back on. So, why is it starting on my phone, dude? Bitch, I said desktop. I was 17. I'm gonna be the role model.
Barometer. Barometer.
Barometers.
Barometer.
Oh, Cody's here. Here we go. Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. Are we just write the code?
Yeah, I was 17.
So you can restart 4 times and then you have to play the 5th one, I guess.
Hopefully it doesn't go until the 5th one every time.
You're obsessed, just bad. Forget to me.
Hey, what do you say? Restart 4 times?
Yeah, I think you can restart. No, I think you can restart 3 times the game, and then the 4th one you have to start playing.
Oh.
That's how it works.
Morning star.
난 지금 세븐틴처럼 해 야 진짜 세븐틴들이 옆에 나이 많은 형들한텐 없네 배울 것 하나 건강 관리나 해 너나 해 배우고 얘네한테 배워 유비보다 더 real 뮤비 나온 애들 태도 알지도 못하면서 15cm 잣대로 아침 손바닥 대 기본을 일단 때려 세븐틴 내 수준이 딱 그 정도 그런 너는 굳이 너를 갖다 놔둘 정도 나이 먹는 애들 정신 상태 Fresh 37 때도 연애 보면 살게 my life 볼 거야 우리
I was 17. 그룹 이름이요.
그룹 이름이야. It's Groovy Room, man.
It's Groovy Room, man.
He joined.
Brown said he didn't know it.
나는 하고픈 말이 많아 고민은 하지 않고 put a song on repeat. I don't fuck it 병신, but better chicken. I've been riding around city with my homies. 너네랑
Yeah,
섞이지
started.
않아 그래 우리는
Or in like 2 seconds.
Yeah. We started. Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
The way he said it, okay. The way he says, "Okay, let's go," in that meme,
Okay, let's go.
so monotone. Okay, let's go. Like
Okay, let's go.
it's like no emotion at all.
It's fucking good. It's a good meme.
This does his job well, dude.
Oh man, oy vey, oy vey.
Again, team's not joining.
Oh my fuck, fuck. Is it Solaris? Let me bet. Let me bet my pussy. Oh, it's not Solaris. Damn.
Cannot connect.
Oh, it's kick. Restarting. Okay, let's go. My God. How did we get through fucking 6 games yesterday? Like, we went through 5 games yesterday without a single restart. How?
La.
Oh my god, Hardeki threw shots, dude.
Good take, dude.
Kick guys who not joining. You should play not on a potato PC.
Damn.
Oh, you were. That was the lightning rod actually. How do you know?
Dude.
How do you know?
Cheating. Now we're gonna go back from like fish farms or some shit. Now it's gonna be fish farm side.
That was actually a dog shit. Jinxed completely, bro.
Okay, let's go.
New code.
Waiting. So am I still waiting for this world to stop hating? Can't find a good reason. Can't find hope to believe in.
앨범을 완성해 이미 난 켈리에 있네 하고 싶은 얘기가 너무 많아 하기는 싫어 다만 그저 진실만을 담아 수용하고 싶어 이념적 스펙트럼 넓은 사람 Owen overdose aka clever mind 혹시 알아 앨범 한 장 아직 없고 믹대 5장 아직까지 없는 업보 윤영기와 학창 시절 엄마 맘이 아파 왜냐면 다 겪었거든 산전수전 이제 쓰는 첫장 없었던 역사 보여줄게 내 차례 그래 너넨 배가 고파 하나씩 계속 줄게 이제 고민 말고 먹어 public service announcement that's the make it rains movement I've been right around city and you know it 나는 하고
Dude, what are they fucking posting, dude?
Holy shit, how are they not getting banned? Code
Hey, code 3 times? Let's go. Okay.
3 codes, 0 games played.
I'm fucking typing on the wrong keyboard. Am I stupid?
Typing in chat or what?
Yeah. I was typing in Discord again. I was retyping it. Fucking hell, dude.
I've been riding around city and you know it.
Hopefully everyone joins. If we wait on somebody, dude, come on. No one. Everyone in now.
Groovy room. You make it rain.
나는 하고픈 말이 많아 고민은 하지 않고 put a song on repeat I don't fuck it 병신 but rather 직진
Ready chin chin.
riding round city with my homies 너네랑 섞이지 않아 그래 우리는 team make it rain 너네 못해 compete 거리 두지 병신 계속해서 직진
Groovy area. Flavor.
Yeah, 2024 cause I'm your baby. Vanilla ice cream, gooey cherry. Pasta, steak, lake, gooey fairy. Pot an ocean, cool fish, Venice, like a blue nugget berry. Your booty do the cammy. But Jean, I'm in Paris. So in love with the way you move. You got me, I got you. All let's see, like the blue.
Everyone is mad, dude.
I mean, bro, the motherfuckers are taking their sweet ass time between fucking restarts. Just fucking get in, dude.
Yeah, it should take like 2 seconds to get
Yeah,
in.
just fucking join. Let's go again. You're just further delaying whatever the fuck is happening. Starting to think, fuck. You see, it starts instantly as soon as they join teams. My lady.
It always takes like 5 minutes for everybody to join.
Yeah, what are they doing between fucking restarts? They go fucking jerk off? I don't know, like.
They go,
Oh, everyone's in, everyone's in.
No,
Yeah,
fuck!
that's
No,
fine,
play,
dude.
let's go!
We're in. No restart this time.
Finally, let's go. We're gonna come from fish farms now. I'm telling you, I'm connected with the developers right now. They're feeding me insider information. We're coming from fish farms.
No, it's the one we had in front of barometer, in front of it.
I'm
It's
telling
that
you,
one
I'm
again.
talking to the dev station.
Yeah, you connected.
I'm connected, dude.
Nice, connected.
Connected with the developers. Not us, cringe, ratio, +L, plus you fell off, plus fuck you, dude.
Lego.
Dude, almost fish farms. We insta drop here.
Yeah.
We have one team below us. See that?
I thought above us.
No, they're going straight
Above?
below.
Yeah, they go straight below.
Ah,
Okay,
these
we have
guys are
one team
flying.
below.
This guy flying far. I don't see anyone.
We have scanner, but we have no crafter.
I don't see anyone.
Yeah, this team is going here. Okay,
Two
I'm
teams
gonna.
going over there.
Okay, I'm going full left. I'm landing here.
I'm going full scanner side.
Okay, Manda, you go here.
I'm
in the
still
middle.
looking around.
Okay.
I'm still looking around. I'm sure, making sure they're not fucking just all three just sliding on me.
Yeah.
Some dumb shit.
Some dumb
Yeah.
shit.
Two teams next to us. Over on the other side.
Okay.
We can move somewhat early now.
Yeah, just scan the zone, load up real quick. See what the zone says. Holy shit, yeah, we gotta go.
Oh yeah. Fuck.
This zone is probably this.
Yeah, the rock, the egg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either that or here, but that's it looks more to the right, so I would say it's probably looking like
You
egg,
guys looking?
egg zone right here.
We
We want to come from here. We want to come from south side.
Okay. I'm good to go.
No, we can find two on.
I'm fucking Eva and Karis and G, dude.
Do we loot the middle?
No,
No.
Okay, I go for the armor.
do that real quick. Did you loot all the houses next to the tower?
There's
as
a
well?
blue here.
I looted everything on me.
Triple blue in the middle. Lol.
You guys see a wingman? Let me know.
Yeah. I might come to you guys, or are we just running out?
I'm coming to you guys.
Okay, I'm just going this way then.
Yeah.
Wait, which way do we want to run through? Through antenna is probably gonna be crafting, so you can run through this if you want.
Yeah,
What do you
for
think?
Jurassic, and then we want to go like here.
Mm.
My guns are terrible for long range. Is there any?
I don't have
better
any long range
shotguns?
either.
I'm car
I'm mastiff.
peacekeeper.
I'm car fucking Eva, dude. Not good. Not good for
I'm
guns.
taking the cannon to Mandy.
Yeah,
Just fast.
Anyone need this?
I already
No.
got that.
Dude, double wingman would be
Oh,
nice for me,
fuck,
Arthur
dude.
and me.
Yeah, I'm.
There's a bow right here, but there's nowhere we're gonna craft anywhere.
If
It's
we
so we
get-
just have a little bit long range. Unless you
get
want
a
to go
fucking-
launch pad and craft, but that's fucking.
If we get a wingman, just fucking give it to me. I'm fucking fully stacked attachments.
Yeah.
Wait for Mr. RPR.
Alright, we're running straight for that. Like, we want to play on these, like, from this house is up on here. In the
Yeah.
chokes. Because if it doesn't, here, this is gonna be in for a long time, this fucking hill.
Yeah. There's plenty of rocks you can play behind and shit here, by the way.
Yeah.
I saw
Okay.
it in ALGS.
We're gonna run through antenna a little bit just to fucking see if we can maybe get a, you know, anything.
Yeah, but they're 100% crafting antenna, right?
Well, do you see the beam? I don't see the beam.
Oh, true.
I
I
think
don't see
they're
one
moving.
either. I think they moved too. Fuck, dude. I want a 301. I'm just looting through this, making
This
sure
is not even completely loaded. They haven't
Let's
even
fly
looted
over,
that
take
part.
those vents.
Wingman.
Wingman
I'll go
over
for that
there.
wingman. I'll go for the wingman. You fly over that, Bashin. Fly over and take those bins on.
I'm going middle then, with Tashin.
We gotta
Yeah, I'm
move
going
though.
now.
I'm
Right
going with
after this.
Tashin. Yeah, I know.
If you find a better shotgun, let me know.
Yeah, well.
Can also take wingman instead of car. But I don't have that much heavy.
I've 300 fucking heavy on me.
I should do it, right? Better than a car.
Yeah.
I can
Fuck
pull
a
with
car
you,
or
bro.
something.
I'm dropping a lot of light if you have R31, Mandy.
Okay, you
I
want
don't
some
have
heavy?
a
You
fair one, I
want
wish
some
I
heavy?
did.
You wish? I'm hope I find one.
You want some
I
heavy?
don't have. Yeah,
Fine.
please.
I made one bad, so I can rotate real quick after.
Thanks. I'm dropping
can
2
make some
cells. Can you
bats as well.
carry?
You wanna make bats or what?
Yeah, let's make bats.
I have 4 bats right now. I'm gonna.
Okay,
craft
I'll
the
just
backpack.
make 3. I'll just make 3.
Just make, yeah, I'll look around. I'm gonna look
Okay, I'll
around.
make 2, Tashin. You just fucking.
Yeah. Give me.
There's a bow right here.
Good. I craft after
Dude.
your backpack one more.
I wanna switch to the bow so bad.
Do it if you,
But
bro.
we have
If
long
you
range
feel
and
it,
shit.
you
'Cause
do
I'm
it.
R9
We gotta
master
move
right
now. I dropped a blue
Yeah,
heavy,
no,
man.
no, fuck it. It takes too long. I have to I have to fucking craft
Move,
and
move,
everything.
move, move.
I'm
I'm
moving.
going ahead. We're already so late.
Yeah, it's whatever. We can always crash the launch pad if you want to. Also, if you have nothing else to do.
Just gotta move now.
Yeah. I'm behind you. Tajin's like 5 seconds behind me, and I'm like 2 seconds behind you.
2 teams already died, so there is some leeway in this fucking circle.
Yeah. Ping through on if you guys see any.
Yep. They're up above on the fucking
Yeah.
thing.
I'm trying to
Oh,
bubble
white
here.
armor. He's got white fucking armor. We gotta go all the way around.
I'm pumping Phoenix.
Can we take this building?
I'm walking up this hill. I'm going all the way around him. He's got white fucking armor, bro. Like
I got a spot now.
he keeps shooting. I'm gonna fucking kill him, dude. He just wants to level up his Evo. Don't give him shots. Don't give him shots at all. Fuck him. Let him stay with white armor, dude.
They got, yeah.
Why is
There's
he
no
like,
way he has white armor though.
Yeah, I hit him white
they're
armor.
Dude, yeah, but like, there's no way. They're just leveling up an extra, I think.
Maybe. I don't know. Why would they do that? Why wouldn't they go purple?
Don't ask me.
Let's just go.
Here,
No,
here,
I'm
full
saying
3.
Should
3
we
man.
shoot?
Yeah, we
Nah,
should
there's
fight them.
no
We
ahead
should
of
fight
us.
them. We should fight them.
Alright.
Shoot them.
Make them go in the water. 41 purple on the Valkyrie. Gibby just fucking. I'm gonna need bubble here.
I have it now.
Let's see.
There, you good?
I'm good. We gotta get ahead of them. Can we Valkult? Can we Valkult?
From Mandy's side?
Yeah. From safety.
Yeah.
We wanna Valkult all over this
I
shit.
think here's safety.
We can do it here, yeah.
Yeah.
Come to me, okay? Ready?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
we can
can
try
You
it
see us?
inside.
Come here.
Here.
This is fine. This is fine right here.
Here, yeah.
One more cell.
Do it.
We gotta get ahead of them.
Wait, switch.
Oh shit! I hope we don't die here. We're good. Okay, like so we're going for here. Okay.
Yeah.
This choke.
I'm staying on Tashin.
Yeah, stay on Tashin. They're right below us. You
Yeah.
hear?
Yeah.
Go here. Like there should be a lot of cover here.
No scans. Good.
Go down. Here.
Yeah. No. Up in choke. In choke.
Oh,
In
I'm
hold
joke. Okay, yeah.
Is anyone holding it?
I'm probably gonna get charge rifled right now.
Look every corner. It could be hiding.
I think we're good. Honestly, we
Yeah.
could even do spiders slowly, but we have to clear the choke first completely.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go all the way up
Yeah.
and
I'm
and
staying
check.
here. I'm staying here.
Yeah, cover the back. Cover both choke points.
And
Yeah.
look, okay, I watch south west.
Okay,
I'll go as much as I
he's
can.
definitely looking, dude. Fucking pussy. They're in the choke on Mande.
Wait, rat. Oh.
Shoot him.
50 on one guy.
41 purple on the left guy. I got a bat. Carry our back. Don't get sandwiched here too much. He's charge rifling. We can play on my side.
I have a good spot here, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm just gonna go out to
Play
the
head
left.
with this. I'm gonna sell some spiders for ammo and shit.
Yeah.
And cells.
I'm
Are they
killing
still-
spiders too.
Are they still walking up or what?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
Oh,
full
there,
down.
here. Headshot 76 on one. Why are you challenging this? You fucking brain dead. 111. This guy cracked horizon.
I'm not gonna use more light. I have 130.
He bubbled
A
him.
bubble.
It's okay. We can farm life from here.
Anyone need this? One timer?
No.
I got purple.
Bro, we
of
need
this.
some heavy, bro. We need some heavy from this fucking spiders.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you guys get
sometimes-
heavy. I won't shoot at all. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
There's
I
a red
got
dot here,
it.
Tashin. You need?
I have. I wanna go more up on north, to be honest. So should I?
Okay.
They're coming back
caref-
again, other side. Blue armor, one guy. Cracked one. Just charge
Alright,
the guy.
keep going.
Okay. Watch
I'm
both
not,
sides.
I'm not gonna be shooting. I'm not gonna be
Yeah,
shooting.
double blue.
Just gotta control this shit. I'm gonna get all
Yeah.
these spiders to us.
Do it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be shooting.
Some light here. A lot of heavy.
I'll take more. I'll take more.
A lot.
I'm dropping 3 cells right here.
I'm picking up all the cells.
I
Yeah,
wanna
there's a
come
lot
up.
of heavy. More light on the ground. More
A
light
lot
on
of
the ground.
heavy. Alright, I'll
Coming
take a little bit more.
I'm gonna bring some heavy up here. We gotta watch around, guys.
Sorry, I got everything. I'm watching now. But I
Okay.
won't be shooting. I have 230 light only.
I'm dropping 4 cells on the ground here. I'm bringing more
That's
heavy
all.
up. Okay, I'm bringing more cells.
Is there still heavy?
Yeah, I'm taking it.
I have
I can-
100
I have
now.
16 cells, by the way.
I have 200 heavy.
An extra here.
Yeah, I got 12 cells. Okay, we can also get these spiders as well. I'm just gonna shoot them and let them come to us.
Me
Watch
too.
watch the other side, man, while I shoot these. You shouldn't shoot.
Okay, yeah, I will. I'll look behind.
You should not shoot at all. Purple bolt. That's big. 2-timer here.
Good.
They Volku queuing towards us from north.
Yeah, that's fine. He's been doing that for a while.
Yeah, not that he walks up, you know.
He's getting shot. He's getting shot in the back right here. The
So
team's
much
still
heavy
down
here.
here, by the way. The team is still down there, by the way. They're getting shot at.
Okay.
They're right here. Okay?
Okay.
Just so you guys know.
Yeah, yeah.
Can they play ahead of us here?
They
If they
could,
walk
if
all
I'm
over
not up
us?
there. Yeah.
Yeah, they could, but they're gonna get sandwiched hard.
Okay.
Okay, did we get all the fucking spiders now? I think we did.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
I got the confirmation.
There's a 2-time here. There's more heavy on the ground here, and I'm putting everything in a pile.
They're still down here, by the way.
Coming to pick some up, okay.
Okay.
Nobody need that 2-timer. I'm gonna take it
Nope.
in case I need.
I have a 3. Do you want that instead, Sajin?
He's got a
No.
wingman.
I can use the wingman 2-time if I need.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There's
okay.
another 7 cells on the ground here, okay? Mind the
Did
challenge
Malcolm
per
dead?
Walk,
Did Malcolm
walk.
dead?
wild cult thing, yeah.
Look above us. I'm gonna come to more to you guys so we don't split up too much.
Yeah. Looking?
They landed here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. They're gonna get shit on, just get angles on them.
It's a rough fucking angle shit.
What?
Here.
Blue armor on this guy? He gibulted
Yeah,
me?
I'll just give you all the
I cracked another one. Yeah. After. Also, watch our back. Okay, I'm watching back. We're good.
Keep you all thing.
They're nading and shit. They're stuck up there. Like they have a.
Guy up there.
Yeah.
I cracked them all.
Nice. We have nades. Do you have nades?
I cracked 3.
I have one.
Careful not to push too much.
Flash on them. Bad and bad. Palm and bad.
I'm popping
one on
killing
one.
you. I cracked another one. Cracked another one.
Our back. South,
Where?
full team.
Okay, okay, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah.
Come to me, Tashin.
Do I come
can't.
down?
Man, you need to fucking help us.
Yeah, I'm
We need
coming
to
down.
fight these guys.
20 on one guy. Holy
Wow,
shit,
45
that's all
purple.
down,
Low on blood on. I'm batting. Nice. We fight this.
Yeah.
Don't die. Nice.
No,
Tashin.
knock 2.
Watch back now. Watch back now as I clean up. This is a whole nother team. Just finish our kills, go back.
55, 60 on bang. 60 on bang.
Okay, keep watching it. We're good on me.
They're bad. They bubbled again here. They're
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
so hard. Just so you guys know.
And I'm fucking them even harder now. Are these guys trying?
42 on white armor or blue armor.
Okay. We should try and kill them again.
Careful above you. Good
I have
spot.
no bats, no
Close
bats,
here.
no bats.
How close?
I'm fucking close. Ash.
He's coming to you. He's coming to you.
I almost
He's
stopped
coming
on
to you.
here.
I can't help. You need to help me in.
I cracked the Gibby. I'm batting.
Sliding. I'm going down. They're pushing.
Man, they have to bubble.
Bubbling. 77. Knock one.
Ash one.
72 on that guy.
Oh, dude.
Dude, why are we getting pushed by fucking 4 teams, dude?
Oh, man. We need to
Now
be
they're
more
dead
together
again.
there.
Now they're dead. They just died.
Fucking idiots, bro.
Yeah, good
Fucking
fucking
dog
push
shit
to
ass
Laris.
players, bro.
Fucking god, dude.
Yeah, we need to get the Shin closer somehow. I don't know how. And then I'm on Ash. Maybe I could have run to him, put him back.
That's right
Look,
there, dude. And why is he
look
pushing
at this
you then?
fucking degenerate
No,
fucking
die
idiot
for it.
team.
It doesn't
Dude.
matter. We can't do anything about that. We got a crazy spot and shit. Actually, dog shit spot for now, but so dumb.
Yeah, we could have. I mean, but we could have Valkulted from here and gotten a good spot next.
Dude, I could have popped
Yeah.
the battery, but then I heard the call. He's pushing me, and I stopped fucking.
Yeah, he
batting.
was.
Yeah.
He
I
was
could
straight
have
up on
popped that
top of
battery
you.
though.
So fucking dumb from them. They
Yeah,
just
I
threw
could have
our
popped that
game and their
battery.
game, dude. Like, why are they throwing like that?
I don't know. Don't ask me, dude. We can't do anything about it. Can't predict stupid. Go next.
actual fucking. But these guys have been playing the game for 3 years. How are they this fucking stupid?
It doesn't matter. We can't predict it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we would have fucking Valkyrie like this, guys. Gotten a decent spot or something on the roof of the building. Okay, well, these guys are trolling. We were fucking them as well. Both teams below were getting absolutely fucked. The team above was getting absolutely fucked. Like, I was hitting all my bullets, dude.
Yeah.
If I had a better shotgun in the last bubble fight, I would have fucking... Like, I had an
I
Eva.
fucked them, dude. Bro, dude, so annoying.
There's no medkit.
It's
That was
okay,
so-
guys.
that was
Whatever.
so
We can't do
dangerous.
anything about it.
Yeah, whatever, bro.
I mean, I'm not mad if it's not like we played bad. They fucking inted us.
The only way I survived there is probably popping a battery straight away or calling for a bubble and the crossover.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think you ego a battery probably.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
You
I
got better
canceled
and
the
run
battery.
over to me instantly.
And then tried to fly over. And I already, man, Tashin, while they were pushing, I already fucking cracked one and was shitting on all of them. So, like, you could have probably popped a bat and fly over and we can cover for you and then pop another one.
Yeah, fucking Ash just so ignorant pushing, dude.
Good fucking knocks on that team behind us, though. Those,
That looked
Yeah,
crazy.
rolled.
we were shitting on them. And then another team came from behind us. And another team ahead of us. So, like, I mean, whatever.
See, if I had a 301, we wouldn't even have to worry about the team up the hill. If I had a 301 there, I would kill all three of them. Fucking hell, dude. R9 gamer. I should have picked up the bow.
Yeah.
Dude, not having any, only having close range is so fucking bad. It's so
What did
crazy.
you have? What guys did you have?
R9 Mastiff.
Oh. Yeah. But
Yeah.
me and Tashin have double wingman and we fucking basically put that squad behind us
If
down.
you guys had my spot there, you would have killed him.
I was trying
That
to get
sucked.
to your spot, but then I got cracked one away, so I had to go back.
They're all sitting there. I hit one for 75.
I
and
know,
one for
and
72.
trust me, you were not the only one heading
exactly.
those guys. I put those guys multiple times on one shot from wingman. I don't understand how they're alive.
I don't know. But it's fine. Then they end us and die after.
Yeah. What is blasting?
I don't know. They're not gonna survive that. They're pushing that until they're fucked.
They have to walk out now, or they're gonna die. There's no, yeah, you have to walk out. There's no way that you can fight that on the edge.
They're dead.
They're dead anyway, no matter where they
Nah,
land.
the team is dead, I think. Nah, they can play that right there.
Where can blasting them land? There's a team there, there's a team there. Below the fucking right bridge, right?
On that roof.
Oh wait, that's
No,
not
there's no one
taken?
playing it there.
No,
No one's playing that now.
no way.
It's fucked up though, a little bit.
It's not that bad.
Crazy.
Yeah, it is. They get shit on right there.
No, you can play the backside here, no?
No, I'm pretty sure they can still be seen by the
Should just
Kraber
don't
team.
peek at all, then. Don't peek at all. Be
As long-
quiet.
Oh, never mind.
Their spot is gonna be really good as long as they don't crib right now.
All the
Yeah,
side.
yeah.
They could enter roof with Ash. The other side roof. Fuck them.
They already used Ashhold right now, because Oxbow fell off and he had to Ashhold.
Yeah.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Oh, that makes you so sad, dude.
Oh, yeah, it is what it is. We got, I mean, it's not like we played bad, we got inted. I was fucking hitting every bullet I shot then. And I mean, our rotation was good, like,
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately this shit pulled the fucking Arnya and would have had to Valkult again, but
Yeah.
the way we were playing it wasn't bad.
It was okay. Whatever, 2 points. Better than 0.
True. We couldn't even finish off that one team, like, he ran away, that one guy. The solo.
Yeah.
And then another team that came behind us, the Bangalore team that came behind us, I was shitting on them too. I was shitting on
Holy
all the
fuck,
teams
dude.
behind
Osmo
us, in
jumping
front
down?
of us.
Yeah.
Somehow I'm shitting on everyone, but we're losing. I don't know.
Because we got fucking the juicers. We got sandwiched 2 times.
Pretty cringe. But it is what it is. That game. At least we know we're not contested and we can move even faster now if you want to.
Yeah. Oh, that makes me sad. I feel like that could have been a good game.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. But it is what it is. We go next.
Yeah.
It's not, we didn't. I told you guys, no, we didn't lose because we did something bad. Yeah, okay, maybe Tashin could have popped the bat there, but like,
Yeah.
those guys were
Yeah,
gonna fucking push
wouldn't
us
have
no
done
matter
it.
what.
Oh no!
Like, we didn't lose because of.
No, rush your teammate. Oh my god.
We didn't lose because we played bad. We lost because we genuinely got fucking inted.
Oh no. This got griefed by Kraber,
Punch
dude.
him.
They lost bubble, bro.
Did he knock one?
I know he 145'd him.
Oh, wow. Look at the spot, chilling.
Yeah, it's
spot's
pretty good
really
spot.
good. Why is he peeking? Like, don't give them a reason to fucking push you. Nah.
Oh, that's big. Mobile respawn beacon right there.
No way they fucking.
The thing,
let him
are
do
they
that,
gonna
right?
use it or are they gonna? Do you think they're gonna use it or do you think
Yeah,
they're gonna
they're gonna
fucking
use it
sit
100%.
on it?
Use it, use it.
100%
Yeah, I need
because
bubble.
if they get bubble,
won't
they
get
can
it,
win the game.
Let's go,
If this
Blast.
guy keeps whiffing fucking Kraber shots, they're not arresting anyone.
Yeah, they got it off.
Kinda rough, not gonna lie. Look at this head pitch, bro.
They kind
They
of
can,
suck
they,
his
can, they can
loot.
do something. Nah, they can do something. They can, yeah, they can, exactly. What he's paying,
Not
they
the
play
armor
under
as
that.
well.
He left the Kraber? Was that a
Yeah, I
bullet?
think he has like one bullet left. Oh no! Oh, he did. That's big.
Corny can't even loot himself.
Ah.
They did.
Oh
No.
no.
Why did? Him going down there, this is the worst fucking thing that could have happened to him. Now he just raps for him.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yep.
Quinn, you
Hold on
got
to
this,
his
dude.
bubble, hold on to his bubble.
He'll have it in like approximately 5 or 10 seconds.
Nice.
No, yeah.
No shot. Almost swap win the game.
This would be a crazy comeback if he gets like top
He
3
needs
or
to
some shit.
climb and get below the team below the building right now. What is he doing?
No, it's actually smart.
Why did he? But how could that guy not see him? What?
God. He's chilling, he doesn't need to move. Bro, don't do anything. Don't do anything. Stay, hack the zone, kiss
That's
the
so
zone.
smart. That's actually a fucking good play by him.
Minus the fucking wall jump.
I don't know why he'd wall jump there, but it fucking worked, dude. He got over there fast.
That Gibby could have easily seen
I'm
him.
not joking. This is he gets top 2. I believe in Corny here. He gets fucking top 2.
I don't know. I don't know how the zone looks right now.
No, he shot.
Grief that right team. Grief that right team right now.
He wins, he wins, he wins.
No, there's no way he wins.
Oh, crack him.
He got second though.
Oh
Dude,
my god.
actually maximum effort. Top 2, crazy.
Cool one.
I don't know.
Is this Hardeki in them?
Maybe.
I was totem.
Yeah.
It's alright. That was a nice try.
Carried too much.
It's a hard rotation for us anyway, you know. We could have definitely done better though, but it's not our fault we did this bet.
Yeah.
So don't worry about it.
Yeah, that
We
would have
got-
been.
We got
Would've
some
been
points.
chilling there.
It's better
Would
than a
have been
0
chilling
point
there, I
game.
think. Exactly.
Here's code.
Yeah.
At least we
Good
know
fucking,
we are not
good fucking
contested.
shots on the team behind you guys, boys. That was
was
crazy.
clean.
Yeah,
we
that was
shooting
good shit. Good shit, boys. Keep going. Keep hitting your shots like that. Dude, I'm so pissed I didn't have 3-1. Dude,
Solid.
it was so annoying.
Next time we play that zone, if I've had any nades, man. If I had 0 nades, because I had the fucking carry shit. But if we had any nades, we could have shit on that team and get them eliminated so fast. Next time we hold that spot, I think we have to like go even further up the hill.
Same.
So
I
they
think one
can't
of us
land
holds
there.
up there and the 2 guys are like a little bit closer.
Yeah.
But
so
the people uphill get fucked though.
yeah. But like just so they can't think they land there.
Yeah.
They land there. So it's just
Agreed.
they see
I feel like
people.
I feel like the person that maybe doesn't have good long range or whatever, like me for example, I could stand up there and chill.
Yeah, just wait for them to land on you, then you fucking
Exactly.
walk up one.
Yeah. Agreed. Alright. Nice. Keep going, boys. Let's go. I'm pissing.
Yeah, I'll go piss as well and go water. Barak. Like honestly, like when we got like sandwiched like that, we don't have to be afraid to go all the way down the hill on the other choke, the left choke.
Yeah.
I know there's a team on the right choke, and then there's a team up the hill. We could have pulled left all the way to the bottom of the left choke and get the other team sandwiched instead of us, and then third party.
I just had to cross right away after I saw that guy to you guys.
Yeah, like as soon as you were that split and you know that you're like in between 2 teams, you gotta get to us.
Yeah, I had to fly over, and then we could also just walk out from that side if we had to rotate. Don't even force anything.
Yeah.
Just because I got knocked, the team on the right also moved up. They wouldn't move if I wasn't knocked at all.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's just there, bro. I'm looking at my left, he's just there.
Yeah,
Look
the
at
guy
me.
on top of you.
The ash.
Yeah. That's why I said he was. If you saw it from my POV, he was literally running on top of your head. That's why I said he's pushing you. He's pushing you.
Yeah,
I
we
didn't want to
should've-
make you like stop a
Oh,
bat or
that's
anything, but
yeah, no. That was after. I was like already there, and then I don't hear him. I just look at my left, and he's there. Just look at me.
yeah.
And then we challenged each other, and he has an R31 with purple mags, kind of, you know.
The thing is, like, we could have definitely went down the left choke because it was still zone 2. We could have went and chilled in zone 2, get the other team sandwiched when they were pushing down, make a sandwich out of them, or Valkult over the entire mountain.
Valcult and just leave. You can't really Valcult that far though from there.
But we can Valkult all the way up the mountain.
Yeah, 100% up to the egg.
Yeah.
Because the egg team 100% left. There's no way the egg team is staying, you know?
Yeah.
So agreed. But that was fine. I feel we played that okay.
If I'm in
Like,
trouble
what happened.
again, I'm just screaming for you, Mandy. I'm just screaming.
Yeah, you should have literally just called. Dude, I'm crossing over. Bubble for me. I would have tossed that bubble straight over.
I think
Yeah,
if there's
that's
multiple teams around us, we wanna stick together closer. Because when one of us can always get singled out. If there's multiple teams, someone can just get hit 4 times or 3 times and we just die.
Yeah, that position I played was pretty comfortable because I got 2 kills there. I was like, God, bro, this is
Yeah,
not
I know.
supposed to be, bro.
but once like 2 more teams appeared, I think we just should have said, fuck the position.
Yeah, I just made sure to stay too close to one.
We
of you
still
guys.
almost 2v3'd them, by the way, me and Mande.
Yeah.
Like fucking shit on them, but
Dude, I swear, if I had fucking 1 more bullet in me or something.
If I had
26.
anything but an Eva, bro, like from now on, I'm not even picking up an Eva. I'll rather run car SMG fucking wingman or something. Like,
Yeah, true.
because Eva is the most useless shotgun game. I'd rather have a Mozambique, dude. I did a 60 pump and a 20 pump on that guy. When if I had a car SMG, that would have been a one clip.
Okay, it's fine. Go again. You're dead to me. Dun, 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 dun.
Starting right now. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Alright, we got this unlucky first game. It is what it is.
Go next.
No, but we're playing well. We
Zero.
rotated well. We rotated well. The good shots from us. We're doing the good damage.
Fine.
Is
Yeah.
just unlucky stupidity of other people got us killed and got them killed as well. So it is what it is. Can't do anything about other people being stupid, but we can try and not be stupid.
I try. Oh, it's a restart, so I try next time.
Is it restart?
Yeah.
Alright. Mentioned by your mom.
We didn't have a beacon, so I guess it's fine.
It's fine. Good. Thank you, Respawn, for this. Near future. Is it always the same dudes again?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
can't connect the server. And it's
Bro,
fucking
hopefully the
dumb.
next group is not them and that dude. I just want to play the games. Hello? First team had...
Couldn't we just use the same
No.
server? No, not like same server code, but I'm talking about the same server to play on, like the other
I
one.
mean, logically you would think yeah, but you know, I don't know what the fuck admins are doing.
I don't know.
New code RPR?
I'm waiting.
Do 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 do.
Can they hurry the fuck up with this code or what? You gonna wait for 10 years?
Do do do. Do.
There we go.
Sure, so.
Flavor.
어느 내가 원하는 건 지금 그것뿐만은 아니야. 너가 힘들어 할 때면 꽉 안고 싶단 말이야. 듣고 험한 바다 속에 사는 you're my aria. Yeah, where need you close, yeah, hear my note. I've been really looking forward to this like oh. Coming to your life, girl, you got me like oh. 아름다움이 깊이 빠져 있어 like oh. 가라앉고 있는 나와서 구해줘. Yeah, my martini.
Martini blue.
How are you still on the left, not in your team? How? How are you still over there? How are you still over there? Why?
I don't know.
break 밟지 말고 달려 all day break time 나서 피해 카페인 머리 골라 굴리면서 우리 돈을 굴릴 준비 우리 회의 시간 길어 기획하고 매일 국리 너의 거기에서 멈춰 너희 한게 없어 준비해서 멈춰 있어 내가 먼저 가 있을 테니 내가 갈고 닦고 왔던 길을 편히 걸어 우린 걸어왔고 그건 너무해서 널리 멋진 shit
Did you see what PM wrote?
Dude, I just can't anymore, bro.
PM wrote. I get all the vaccine just to be sure. I got Pfizer booster and Moderna booster. I got it all. And I still got COVID last week. Oh, man. Ain't that some shit, huh?
I think we're gonna get a new code. He can't connect.
Man, this is some shit, dude.
빡빙은 some chills 박자를 또 다르게 타지 병신들의 swag이 내기들 같이 난 걔네 뺏겨 no feeling 뺏고 뺏겨서 던져 이 새끼 I'm globalized 스컬럭에서 팔로우한 유일한 헤이즈 클럽
Jigger with it, la 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 la.
슈퍼림 입던 시절 슈퍼림 따라서 입던 내가 이제 니대로 사고 싶게 만들어 undercover man 새끼 내가 처음 가사에다 shout out 했지 난 왜 입는지 아는데 너희 모른 채 팔에 달아 나와 pain 나 fuck some comments on the 작업실의 table when I was 20 MB table bottle pop 저 어른들은 뭐 때문에 편의점에 내배 가격을 주고 술병을 딸까가 내 유일한 궁금함이었고 그건 다 풀렸어 earned the guap 이제 breaked up 걱정할 거면 나 watch out 결과 보여주지 come out 네 걱정뿐인 입 shut down 입 닥쳐 이제 그만 I ain't down with it 네 것만 많은 래퍼들 막 가사 보면 있나 본데 뭐 믿냐 개망한 네 fame come on
콤만한 점만 찍은 작품을 천만에 파는 예술가가 될 거야 청바지 한내로 입어도 힙합보다 병신들에게 내 바지 내리고 말하겠다 뻑가 니네 옷에 다 술 쏟아 보겠던 네 잘못이야 넌 내길래 맛이 다 속만 행차반 매출이 올라 이거 완전 개이득이지
Oh, he's in.
Hey.
Hog.
We're in? We get to play.
Getting jiggy with it.
없었어 너 유별한 적 없지 너네 집에서도 시간은 비싸 마치 길이 영의 시계처럼 우주비에 이제 모든 사건들의 발단 이게 구라 같으면 나중에 해봐 판단 우린 높이 올라가지 그래 우주 관광 너넨 돌고 돌아도 제자리 디스코
There.
팡팡 파우파우
58 out of 60.
Oh no, dude, please. Yeah, did not connect again.
I'm gonna cry.
Nice.
Yeah, Connor, 10 minutes in the future. Thank you so much for raid. Welcome everyone. We're playing a tournament right now. There's 10-minute delay. And I'm not reading chat at all, so I'm sorry. But appreciate all of you. Alright, let's go. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
This is bullshit.
Smoking beanies tonight. Can we just end it here? Just end the fucking tournament. Restarting. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
Oh, the lobby is probably already game 3.
It would make sense. We're 2 hours in. Or 1 hour in, I mean.
Look at this job.
We got Crafter and Beacon.
We got fucked, and we got this like a perfect landing. Oh no!
It
Admin,
hurts in my heart, man.
give us the same road, bro.
Uh-huh.
Next game we are playing
next game we're
regardless. Thank you, Jesus.
Did they say?
I love
Okay,
you.
good.
Thank you, VNM. Don't know who VNM is, but thank you so much.
Da 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 da.
Oh no, I spoiled chat that they're restarting. My bad,
No.
chat. Good. We'll just. Oh, new code. Wow, we're getting faster with this shit.
We already have 6 codes in our chat.
Good. The devs are training the code posting, dude. I whiffed the tournament button 3 times.
Invalid token, am I dumb?
Invalid bitches, dude. That's what you got. No fucking bitches.
Oh.
The train really went 22 mil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's my entire family tree, dude.
That's 22kx. That's fucking crazy.
Oh, he delete? He deleted the post. Then.
Why?
Maybe he sent some widows. 22 mil. Dude.
Crazy.
I'll give some ass. 22 mil. Yeah, fuck.
22 mil, it's different, bro.
Non-disclosed.
Bro, I think he's still not plus, dude. After that one, it's just a little bag again, you know.
Yeah.
You need a 4-digit IQ, that's just how damn special. This that very rare, yeah, this that next level. I VVS the diamonds are flooding rocks on bezel. I just enhanced your mental. I done drank 2 liters of milk kiss, now I don't know how to act. But
Thermal zone. Yeah, motherfucker playing with the wrong map, dude.
slow down, really wouldn't wanna drink all that. I'm like, damn boys, you right, yeah, I better not do that.
And I wonder.
I like this liquor. No, restart this game, so you motherfuckers better not crash now, because this is the real deal.
Yeah.
I hope I don't crash now. What?
Hey, I'm a star. How could I not shine? What is it? It's the house.
Alright, we're fucking finally starting then, let's go. Rip the soul ash. I like this liquor.
That loading screen was a little bit longer than that loading screen was a little longer than normal,
Holy
dude.
shit, dude. I was trembling. Everyone got in, by the way.
I was about to say, that loading screen was a little bit longer than the normal loading screen.
Dude. Everyone got in. I was shishing and not pogging, dude. I was about to sag to bed.
Damn, bro, everyone in now. Bogies.
I like this liquor.
6 codes, 1 game, baby.
Oh, shit. We got this though.
2 games, that shit. This is game 2, baby.
Nah, bro, this is game 5 right now.
This is game 19. If we keep going like this. 21,000 headshots?
That guy is the GB main right there.
Jesus
dude.
Christ, he's cheating, dude. We have no beacon of your crafter. Of course
Good.
we get fucking beacon.
Hopefully
because
zone
I'm
has
Take
like
your land here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wanna stream snipe him?
No, I was just about to say, dude. The slight off chance that maybe
Let's go.
you could fucking just insta land on the beak and just fucking go juicer mode. But yeah.
Yeah, dude, just spawn a wingman and a peak and just kill him, dude.
No, I mean like if he doesn't land on the beak himself, you know, but it's super risky.
I could try and look.
Nah, they land on it 100%.
I could instantly stick it and run.
I feel like we waited too long, man. I think we should have just insta-dropped on this fucking drop.
I don't know. Maybe.
So I feel like we would have made it.
I'm landing,
Look at
I'm
them.
just gonna loot from here. Yeah, we're landing before them.
Yeah, but I mean,
But
like
they're closer.
they stretched super hard and they went down in the end. But like on this map, I feel like they didn't stretch for 14 years.
Oh, we fucking loot everything.
We
Go
loot, we
crazy.
craft, and we have zone and we die.
We got zone, yeah. Wingman here and me.
Fuck yes, baby.
Guys, dude, if you got a 3-timer or something, and then a bow, I'm fucking down to play that shit. I got 3-timer, find a bow. Then I
Well,
can
probably-
craft ammo and shit.
Probably gonna play top of tower because we don't know where the zone goes, and then
Top tower is pretty good, yeah.
I'll take that.
Another wingman too. Here.
I hear a car driving near me.
Yeah, he's driving away. He just lands there, takes the bends on the car.
Where's that wingman? You took it? I pinged
No,
it.
there's 2 wingmans over here. I didn't take anything, no.
Didn't take it.
There's a bow here.
Alright.
I have
Where am I-
3 times you need.
Oh, I got.
I don't understand when I pinged the wingman. Where'd it go?
I don't know,
There's a
but there's 2
bow.
wingmans here. There's both 2 there.
Blue armor here.
We gotta fucking.
I have insane attachments for everyone.
I need
Everything.
that. Alright, I think teams are gonna start rotating towards us. So
Yeah.
I gotta get the fucking bow and start fucking.
I need to
Put
find
some
that
shit in
wingman, then I'm good.
There's 2 wingmans over here. There's one in this. No, that's the wrong one. There's one in this one.
I should come closer to you guys. I'm way too split right now.
That bow's 200 meters away. Too far away.
But all the shit is unloaded still, man.
Just keep loading. We're still fine. We're still fine. Come on.
Okay, okay.
So wait, you said the wingman is all the way in the fucking the building there.
Yeah.
Okay. What we're gonna do is one person's gonna hold tower, the other two are gonna craft. And then
I gotta go craft the fucking thing. I'm crafting right now.
Okay, here.
I'm good.
You guys, there's so many blue armors.
Yeah, I'm taking one. I'm on my way, bro.
Also, I haven't touched the middle at all.
Me neither.
I'm
Wingman.
wingman R301.
No one's holding tower right now. Should I go?
Yeah, I mean,
One of you guys
I'm
need
going
to
for the
bring, but
wingman.
give me a blue armor then. Never mind. Fuck, you gotta have one.
Crafting
I'm
bags
going.
right now.
Oh, so shh. I need comms now, okay? Yeah, it's fine. I'm standing on top tower, okay?
Yeah.
I'll be holding everything from east and northeast and
I have a
shit.
2-time for someone if anyone wants.
I'm
I have
good.
150 ammo from a bow.
There's still a bed I can't carry.
I can carry.
There's,
gonna go crap now. They're flying.
They're ulting.
I'm with you, Mandy.
I got my ult
60 on one
ready.
guy.
Oh, they're landing on you. Are they?
One flash, one is flash.
No, they're
Yeah, I
not.
see him.
Looks like they know where the fuck to go. Where did they
Yeah.
land?
Over on that side. Oh,
Okay,
wait,
maybe
Sachin,
it's gonna end there.
Yo,
can you hold on the other side right now? I'm gonna go
Yeah.
fucking craft some more ammo.
I need to craft as well.
Yeah. There. I'm done crafting now.
Okay.
I'll
One
come
team
back.
flying
all
here.
good. Yeah.
Fuck what I would do for a beacon. Everyone's going away from us. Cracked one, 86 headshot. Another team flying in.
I'm holding. I think I'm holding now.
So no one needs the 2-timer.
No.
No.
It looks like it's landing. It's ending more like over here.
Yeah, we can go towards it.
There's so many nades. We have space, man. I
Me
wanna
neither.
craft the fucking. We should craft the backpack.
I did.
Good, you did.
I got
Other
blue.
points.
It could be ending down here. Did anyone land on that my ping?
The building,
Yes.
yeah. This building
should-
was the team
No
in that
one's there.
building.
There's team here, but there's no one there.
We should get in one of those buildings, because they know. We should get in here. Or in here.
Okay.
Because
I'll
they
come
fucking
running
know.
together.
They
That's taken. That's taken.
There's a
That
blue
the one
armor
you're
here.
pinging.
Okay,
I
but
have
just
look.
get a fucking building, because
What?
these guys
I'm getting to you,
scan.
bro.
They fucking know, dude.
I'm going to our car.
There's a blue in the middle, by the way.
Yeah, I need to go take it then. Fuck, it's too risky to take it right now.
Dropping 4 cells. There were blues on me,
Fine.
but
Ah, fuck it. I'm not
Here,
taking
take
it.
it.
Where? Yeah.
there's a drop here. Well, I don't see anyone in here, bro.
Yeah, careful the left building outside.
no one here,
Someone
man.
landed there.
Yeah, but there's no
Someone
one
out
here.
there, yeah. They're ratting, I think. They're
Possible.
100% ratting. There's no way they're not.
They could have run away, don't you think? Let's get closer. Let's get closer. If they're ratting, we gotta fight them.
Okay, I don't have a spray weapon. I only have shotguns.
Okay. I'm gonna walk in first. Top floor
No
clear.
one here.
Okay, we're good.
This shit ends fucking Shinoed probably then.
Mandy,
Yeah.
I want to give you my R3-1, bro. It's
I'm
full
gonna go
stack
for this.
features.
I have a.
Stay
I have
there,
a bow.
stay there. I'm going for this drop.
Yeah.
I have my ult. If I call for bubble, be ready. We can also go to this building. If it ends C node, we can go to this building right here.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, everyone's flying
I
in
got
Sino
gold
right
bag.
now.
Dude, there's a
Yeah,
purple
it is
bag
you.
here.
That's good.
He's charging you? Yeah, I didn't see
Oh,
Node
no.
100%. Look at everyone. They're literally down there.
Okay.
Everyone's C Node cave.
Man, I need to give you this gold bag and go for the purple one.
Okay. I'm coming.
I'm gonna go for the purple one now. Cover me. Look here.
Yeah, I am. Oh, over there? Yeah, I got you. There's a guy there. There's a guy there. So it's like, they're running back. They're running back.
Okay, give me a sec. I can grab this.
Selling?
I'm getting shot now. You might have to bubble me here.
I'm in charge. Yeah. I'm bubbling halfway over. Bubbling halfway over.
Okay.
There. Holy fuck, dude. I'm losing a bunch of meds right now.
It's okay, I have a lot of cells.
Yeah.
I have
got
16
10.
cells and 5 bats, dude. We're good.
10. I give 2.
5 bats,
I
16
think-
cells. Who
Alright.
needs?
2 bats.
You need?
I got 3 bats. I'm good.
2 bats.
Just take a
cells.
bat. Take a
Oh,
bat,
you got-
fucking Tashin. Then you.
I got 16 cells then. Oh, here? Bat?
No
Oh,
space.
16 cells. I can carry the cells. I can carry something. I don't care.
I'm carrying everything. I can carry everything.
Okay, I still have one more slot. So I'm going back. I'm going in this part here.
And you know it 100%, yeah.
We'll see after this. Are they in this building?
Yes,
No.
they landed. I saw someone
There?
landing over there.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah, I
I
didn't
saw
see.
a red
They
tail.
landed
I'm not-
over there.
Give a look
Yeah.
though.
I don't see
Saw
a
the-
single person through the windows, but they could be hiding, you know.
I saw a trail, so getting roof again.
So where is this gonna end?
Like on the houses, maybe. We'll see.
Dude, I think it's gonna end
Oh,
here,
no.
bro. We should get there.
Dude, 2 charge shovels
There?
shooting me.
We should go for that building if we can.
Yeah.
Let me go here if I can hear anything.
Do you want me to go before? To wait or what?
Wait. Audio. Yeah, come with me. We go.
Yeah. It's not bad. We play from this and go inside here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is here.
Okay. Alright. Good call.
Looks clear.
Just let me look around and shit and bow.
Yeah. Yeah, we're clear.
I don't need more.
We can
I
even
want
play
6
this
arrows.
choke. This choke is not bad, man.
Yeah. Can we play it early though?
I'm gonna walk and see. I'm ulting 10%. So. Are they looking from the left?
There's so much light. I'm just gonna shoot around.
Can I get on this rock here and fucking try and kill one?
Right here. He's right there. Like. Peeking right there.
Jibby? Yeah.
Dude, they're split or that's 2 teams like really far.
I think there's a team playing down here. Yeah. I'm looking the other way. I'm gonna look northeast, Sashin. You can look the other way if you want.
Okay, give me audio. Yeah, this is good on me, man. Like we can play here. Even the houses here are not taken. No, they are. But this house is taken.
We just play that later, right?
Yeah,
We play from here first.
we played the choke
Team flying
and the house.
south.
Dude, everyone's going super south. I have a feeling this is gonna. No, this has to come to these houses, dude.
They're
We'll be
fucking
fine.
getting shit on right here.
Yeah.
Oof, dude, fucking hell.
I can play the choke alone, maybe.
Yeah, you can ult back if something is going on.
Yeah.
Man, do you see this?
Yeah, I see. I'm looking. But they're so far away. The fucking bullet drop off on the fucking bow is crazy. 96 headshot.
Why is this team choosing this spot though? Because there's more cover
know.
there.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's a bad spot to go in from.
Also, we can also go this choke as well if it pulls more north. Like we have ways
Yeah.
to get in.
We got. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad place here. We can always Valcold over also if you want to.
Yeah, if we have to, but I think we're gonna be good with walking in.
Yeah, same. Alright. I'm just gonna keep looking around and shit. Just tell me if there's
Yeah,
anything.
get purples, boys. I need 150 for perp.
I am 171.
Can I keep looking through the choke here and you guys watch my back so they jump me? Because they could jump me. What is that? Why are you...
Ah, dude. New team just walked over here, by the way.
Okay.
In our old building?
Yeah, old building.
Hold them.
Yeah. I'm actually not gonna play on roof. It's so stupid. I'm gonna just look through the windows instead. It's way better.
We have really good windows in there. They're crafty here. Trying to get some Evo shot, but no one's picking with it. Who are they
They're shooting
rocketing?
right here.
They're rocketing someone
They're
else.
rocketing guys over here.
If they end up fighting there, we can third party that with my ult.
Yeah. Sitting right here, I think. Yeah. Down the big rock.
Okay.
That guy, dude.
Someone's climbing here on me. Look at me. Look at my side.
I'm looking.
Someone's fucking mountain climbing next to me.
Yeah, right here.
Just make sure you shoot at him so you can't just shoot me in the back.
I'm looking right now. You would.
He went back. He's back here. I'm gonna look around with me. I'm looking east now.
I don't know what I'm shooting at. I'm shooting at pixels, bro.
You moving here?
They
Yeah,
killed
no one-
someone. Wait, someone just died in
someone
this
right?
direction. Look, 9
just saying,
seconds
you
ago
often-
here.
Here?
No, in the fucking shipfall. 9 seconds ago, someone died.
Oh.
We're good on me, by the way.
Yeah.
We play from me.
Fuck, dude. I need
Yep.
2 more shots.
9 fucking seconds ago, someone died in shipfall. Someone's edging hard. We have to play this fucking. We have to play this building really well. Not let anyone fucking contest us.
Yeah.
And then we play from my choke.
I think these guys are gonna ham fight each other. This team right here really wants that spot.
We might.
Okay.
I hear a car.
Just so you know.
Someone just yoinked this car. What the fuck is going on?
I need 100 damage, bro.
I need 65.
We can
Just
fight
more
for this
shoot at.
roof later.
I'm wasting a bat.
There
Yeah,
is
these
people
guys
on
are
the
getting
roof.
pushed up on right now. By the way.
Okay. I'm gonna see an angle.
Yeah, these guys are pushing up to this mega rock.
Also keep looking around so we don't get.
I am.
There's 2 teams that should be coming from barometer. Yeah, I see a team right here, barometer.
Yeah, I see.
400 meters.
83 headshot. Nice, give me your armor, Tashin. Come.
Yeah.
I'm pushing this. Boom. I got 10 cells left.
I got 11 and 4
bats.
bats.
These guys are walking over to this big rock, I think.
Okay, did they look like they want to fuck with us or what?
I don't know. I think they want to go through this choke.
They can.
But I'm just
do
gonna
that.
keep shooting them.
Yeah, let them know who's daddy.
They're fighting now, mega hard, next to us.
Yeah, you know, they traded. Gibraltar
They
traded.
traded.
I can go up here and look.
Yeah, look for it. They already finished, right? But they have a knock.
Yeah, they have a knock, yeah. Tell me if you want me to come or not.
Horizon Q. 91, full dead, ult in the,
All
everyone's
dead, all
dead.
dead. Can we loot maybe?
Nah,
These
there's a
guys
team
are
on it.
walking out, by the way. These guys walking out.
Okay, I'm going back. Look at them now.
They're
I
all
shit on one.
Chill,
I'm coming
Tashin. Watch our back. They
These
might be
guys are
going
flying
straight
in.
for us. They look like they might be going straight for us.
They go on all the
running
side
on
to all
the
the team.
Cracked one. Good.
Nice.
How close are you minded to purple?
I'm one shot. I'll get it.
Okay.
Still look behind us, guys.
Yeah, someone's also flying again. Keep in mind, we probably can't. We can Valkyrie from
I'm
here if
walking
we
up.
have to.
Yeah.
He's keeping this side here.
I'm gonna start looking here, okay?
Boys, give me
Yeah.
comms.
Tashin, that's too dangerous for no reason. Come back.
These guys are just running around down here.
They might walk up on my way. Careful.
They
Wait,
can't.
they just walked away from this house.
Really?
Yeah.
No, but there's multiple in the
Careful,
house,
the
no?
left. It's the team here that landed there. They might be behind us too. I don't know.
Fuck, dude, I can't fucking hit a shot right now.
Who did? What about this house? I see people's legs
Yeah,
here.
there's people in there.
And this is good.
They just
Can
walked
I-
out.
You think we can take the house?
They just walked out of this house. I'm pretty sure they just
Left
walked
house.
out of that house.
I can ult us to the bottom of it, but it's not that good, is it?
I don't know.
Fuck it. I mean, I can ult us to the bottom of it and we just take
It's better
it.
than not having anything.
Okay, let's go. Come.
Okay, I'm coming.
Sit on my port, okay?
Yeah, I'm on it. Yeah. If there's anyone there, I bubble and we fight them.
Yeah, we got blood on skin. Go up.
Go upstairs.
Clear
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
free. It's free.
Nice.
PK here?
Here.
And a red dot. Okay, we are in like a corner, but I think this door is still safe. Yeah, it is. Okay, good.
I'm just fucking shooting around, trying to see if I can get anything. People are just fucking playing so passive. I'm not to get shots in.
Okay. We're fine. There's no one on our roof, right? Like we could also play our
No one
roof.
roof, yeah.
Is
The
there
roof's not
people
bad.
here in this building?
It looks empty right there. Doors are open.
Can you
61 guy.
can you go and fly on this ball?
Oh, there's
Oh,
people,
that's
there's
all.
people, there's people, there's people.
I can't.
I
Where?
saw them
Where?
before. I saw them before they peeked me.
South,
yeah.
step south. Step south, close below. Right here.
They're below us. They're below us. They're below us. No, I don't think anyone's in here, man. I haven't
Okay,
seen a
you can
single
go for it if you
person
want.
peek. I
Peek
think
me
that
if you want.
that team went there. And this team is gonna take it now. Wait, no, actually, someone might be in here. I saw blood. I don't know where this bloodhound scan is coming from. Up here, up here. Look, 111. Right here, dude. I did 111 on blue armor.
Careful, they don't push us from below.
One got knocked, I think, here.
Yeah, they're sitting
Yeah, he
under
did.
us here.
Yeah, he did get knocked. I'm finishing him.
Good.
They got fucking shit on up here.
They just TP'd somewhere?
I still heard steps below us.
Yeah, they're
In
still
the room.
below us.
Knocked one.
Nice, man. Can we get a finish on that?
No, he's so far. He fucking slid behind the wall. Fuck me, dude.
Fuck, I kind of want to try go on our roof, man. I think we can play on our roof.
Be careful they don't just walk up.
I don't know how. Can we
Yeah.
climb roof from
There's
here?
someone under us. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
there's
we
a team
can.
under us. Can you do it without dying here?
Uh,
Fuck.
We are in a
Yeah,
lot
turn
of
this
KP
way.
right now.
Dude, we can get this. We can get this fucking rock with my ult later.
Yeah.
It's gonna be rough to survive, but we can do it. Or the roof of the house.
Can I go roof? Is anyone above us?
I don't think anyone is above us.
Can I? I'm checking, okay?
Yeah, check it, check it. Check it.
There's still a team down here, I think.
Roof clean.
Okay, how do we get up on the roof? Is there a way for us to get up on the roof?
We can climb on the left side here, but we gotta take stone damage here.
How? Can you show? I don't
Yeah,
wanna fall.
I'll guide you.
Oh, it's full team here.
I
It's
fell.
very hard. It's a
left.
very hard one.
Okay, I'm gonna try. I fell again. Okay, Papa Med can try again. Are they looking at me?
They're looking here.
Are they on that rock?
Yeah, they are. One guy's on rock, but they don't have Gibby, so we
Yeah, we
should get
Gibbled
that
it.
for free.
We get so much placement points right now.
Yeah.
I can't climb this. I'm a fucking bot. I'm a fucking bot. I can't do it.
120 on this guy.
I'm using my
There's
last
a guy
medkit.
here also in open.
There is.
Yeah, they're in the open.
There's people below here. Listen, what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna jump down here. Is there still people below us?
No, I don't hear anybody.
I don't know.
We're gonna have to give We're gonna have to give you that. Get on the roof, okay?
Yeah.
I'm jumping down. I'm
I
jumping
follow
down
you
first.
up,
They're here. They're here. We're clear
Can I
here.
drop down?
Yes, yes. yes.
I
Come
got
here.
headshotted.
You should stay. Pop bat. Pop bat. You're good. You're good. I headshotted him. I headshot him. Okay, we're gonna have to get a roof. We're gonna have to give ult and get a roof. Give ult the left side here.
Give you all this.
Chill, chill, chill. Okay.
I give
I'm
ult there.
gonna ult us in and on it. I'm going.
Yeah. I'm hitting 140.
I got hit hard, but I'm good here. I'm crouched here. I'm good.
Bubbling on me.
Heal up, boys.
Play the back. Fucking bagel. Chill, chill, chill. Play the back of it. Wait for
Yeah.
bangle.
They're landing on us, I
We're
think.
good.
Here.
We're good. We're good. We're good.
They fucked
No,
it
we're
up.
good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Play. Look at this team above. We gotta shoot this
We
team.
gotta look at that team. Yeah. But the rock on me is very good, okay?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm nading 2 times up. It should go away now. The portal.
Yeah, they're only a duo. They're only a duo. I'm nading the fuck out of them. Careful, careful.
That's
I'm
it.
batting.
I got hit-
I'm
I
hitting
hit
them
one
hard.
400.
I don't see, I don't see.
We wanna get their height later.
Is the team looking at me from the fucking...
Yeah, don't die. Don't die. I'm hitting this guy.
Bang
we're
on low.
we
I
should
have
be
no
safe
bad,
here.
no bad.
One bad.
No.
Use cells. Use cells. We're gonna Valk ult on that. We're gonna Ash ult on that when I get my next one. You might have to
No,
bubble
G
here.
ult.
We got G ult. You might have to
G
bubble,
ult.
man. There.
Bubble already. We're careful. They're guys here.
We're gonna fucking Ash ult when I have it. It's fucking 30%, 40%. We actually Valk ult. Maybe we might have to Valk ult on them. I don't know.
Now?
It's a duo, right?
Focus these guys, yeah.
Just focus them, yeah. It's just a duo. Just
Knock
focus
one.
them. Nice, nice, nice.
I'm taking this. Taking this.
I'm batting.
No
My
cells.
last bat.
I have no cells.
Yeah, we're gonna have to Valk ult here. On them.
Yeah.
I killed them all. I killed them all. Come here. Let's Valk ult from here. You have to go instantly. Careful, they're looking at us.
Bro, no chance.
Nice.
Where we going? Where we going?
On them, where we just killed them on the respawn beacon.
Yo.
And armor
I
swap.
have the armor swap. I have the armor
Same.
swap, right?
Armor swap as well. I got one bat. Careful now, look around.
Drop cells. Drop cells.
2 sec.
I only have one syringe.
Here. Dropping on me.
Look here on the right. Look here on north.
We gotta get kills.
Valk north. I can't hit him. He's the best.
20.
Right here. I cracked one below us. I got no syringes. Can I get a syringe?
Here,
Finish this guy. Finish this guy on my ping.
Got it. Got the
We
kill.
win this on default. Top 3.
The fucking rat.
It's red, yeah.
Do we have nades? Do we have nades?
No nades. Focus this guy. We gotta get the kill.
Yeah.
He's got a
fucking
peeker on the
Israel.
left.
I'm queuing him. Cracked him. No.
Knocked it.
We gotta go there. We gotta jump down. Jump down.
gotta
And
do-
ready. Go,
jump
go,
down.
go, 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 go. Mine out to bubble here. I cracked one. I cracked one too. I cracked 2.
Would you push?
Yes. Push this.
Not one dead.
Almost got bang. Bang dead.
Nice. Behind us.
90. Dead. Let's go.
Okay.
Holy shit. Calls were on point.
I couldn't find that last guy. Why didn't call him? Where is he?
I don't know where he was. He jumped on my head.
I don't know.
I think he ulted above, jumped on my head.
Good job, boys.
We need that.
Good job, boys.
We played that good. Very good.
Yeah.
I knew there was a team in there. I'm so fucking happy we didn't run at that fucking building.
Thank God none of us died during that Valkyrie. That was such a risky Valkyrie, but we needed to do it.
Dude,
Because
my team was looking to the right, and I got hit by someone. I was like,
dude, I had 20% on my Ashwood, so I couldn't, like, I wasn't gonna get it. We needed
Dude,
that
I was
Valkyrie.
at the end so patient. I tried to not fuck it up, not peek, over peek, nothing.
that was so
dude.
good. That was so good.
Just hold hands, dude. Just
8
hold
kills.
hands.
8 kills, it's not fucking
20
5 million, but
22.
it's a 20-point game, and we take those.
That's big.
And we fucking,
Yeah.
killed Hardek in them.
We played that super well, dude. Good shit.
Good game, boys.
That was
I need
very,
to-
very well played, boss.
I need
Good.
pee and water, but let me get
Yeah,
code
pee.
first.
All I have
go
0
peek
kills,
too.
bro.
Yeah, let me join code before.
Yo. Give me code, give me code.
Good game, boys. Good comeback.
Like that.
We like that. We like that. We love that. We fucking love
I know
that.
people are gonna fucking Pepe game me with the bow 100%. I missed like fucking 700 arrows, I think.
Here's code.
But then as soon I didn't hit a single shot, and then suddenly I just fucking quadruple tap somebody instantly.
Don't worry, I was hitting for both of
Buddy.
us. Dude. I was hitting for both of us. In the end, at least.
Yeah, I was fucking ripping ass late in the end too.
I'll go pee.
Yo.
We're back.
Nice, good shit, boys.
Good shit, Mandy.
Good shit, you too, Tashin. Let's go. Good Valgol. That's perfect. Literally just saved this game right there.
Big balls, bro.
Alright. Yeah, alright. I love you guys.
Yo.
Let me get some pee. Alright, some drink.
Yes, yes.
Hey, you gotta risk it for the biscuit, baby. Gotta risk it for the biscuit. And we got the fucking biscuit. Good fucking shot, boys. After that first game, like, we came back and we fucking won it. That was good. That first game was could have been a big tilter for us, but I'm glad we stayed composed and, you know. Am I talking to myself? Am I Donald?
No, I'm here, bro. I'll listen to you.
Man is probably peeing like crazy right now.
Yeah, he went back. He went toilet.
He's peeing and shitting and farting.
I'm just watching the game right now.
Are we on the main broadcast or no?
And I don't know. I'm watching myself, but I should watch the play effects.
Oh, we're not on the main broadcast. It's the other group.
I thought they were watching both.
Yeah, but there's a different for our broadcast. There's a different thing, link, whatever.
Okay.
Can't believe we got that Valkyrie love, not gonna lie.
Yeah, dude. I was gonna say, like the first game. After the first game, it could have been a fucking crazy tilter for us, but we cleaned it up and we fucking.
Don't get tilted. There's literally no reason to get tilted, dude. You know.
Yeah, like I say, I'm proud of us because we kept composed and we came back and we won. Because after the first game, like we could have fucking tilted hard after what happened to us, but we didn't. We stayed composed.
Imagine I would argue with you in that situation where you say walk good now here in open, and I say no,
Yeah,
we're
true,
gonna
dude.
die.
I'm actually proud of us. We didn't say anything. Me and Tashin said
Yeah.
nothing. We just said, you just said Valkyrie now, and I was just ready for it. Instantly, boom.
I just had no chance, and I
Yeah,
tried.
because
and
I
worked.
mean, if we die, then it's my fucking fault. It's not your fault.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking, no shot. Fuck
yeah,
it, dude.
yeah,
Oh.
no chance, and there was a chance.
You know me, guys. When it's under pressure, I fucking call perfectly. Like I know we can fucking do it. Just listen and
Let's
we'll
just
fucking
do it, dude.
Can you guys look in Scar's ear right now?
Yo.
Yeah. With a group chat.
Yeah. Boom. Yeah, I just didn't want to say that out loud because, you know,
All good. It's nice.
you have Apex viewers and shit, you know?
Yeah, frogs.
Yeah, frogs. Yeah, fuck that shit. Well, I agree. 100% agree.
Yeah, totally.
Good shit.
That I'm a bot at climbing that shit on the left, bro. Oh my fucking
Dude,
god.
I
am a
almost didn't
bot.
make it, I'm not gonna lie. I fucking grabbed that shit at the fucking pixelated bottom end of it. And I was
Thank
like,
God
oh.
it didn't matter. Thank God it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Because holy shit, am I a fucking bot, bro. Holy fuck.
The worst part is I was thinking there's no way he ults up here.
That
I was
even
about to say- I was
after the third one, I was like, I'm a fucking bot. Then I jumped down. I said, I'm a fucking bot out loud.
I was so scared of that fucking jump down right there, not gonna lie. Inshallah.
Inshallah. That was good, Gibuilt, and we just fucking found one rock in the middle of that and took it over. But
Yeah,
then
I
we
hit
just,
one guy up there and we just fucking ripped that shit.
and that team that was in the middle of the zone, dude, we just fucking smoked them. Valkulta took their shit, won the game. Like, holy fuck. So good.
Dude, that team right there is fucking tilted. They're sitting behind that, what is it, knockdown or like that fucking res shield or whatever. And I just body, headshot, body. He's knocked, he has purple knockdown shield. They gibby bubble him up. Body,
Yeah,
headshot,
I kept nading
body,
them and I kept nading them and throwing my Q at them, dude, and then fucking hitting them.
I don't know how we ripped the fucking Valkyrie right there. I do not understand, but I'll fucking take it any day of the week, dude.
Fuck yeah, baby. Just believe, dude. If we die and like we all die to the zone there, it's my fucking fault. It's not your fault for listening. I fucking called the stupidity, so if we die, just fucking... But as long as we do it instantly and we're on the same page, we can still salvage any information, any situation, you know?
Yeah, we're chilling.
If we're fucking delaying and like, you know, contemplating, then we're only like delaying ourselves more.
Can't believe we ripped the fucking Valkyrie right there. I can't believe it, dude.
With no armor, all of us, no
I
armor.
can't believe we fucking ripped that shit.
All three, no armor, bro. in the air.
I wanna watch that, man. We're in game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's okay.
Many can't watch.
We have hot zone, dude.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
That was a perfect wall goal. Zone almost touched ass.
Yeah. She boys.
Yeah, because like imagine if you were saying there, oh no, we can't do it, and then I tell you, do it anyway, do it anyway. We would waste
We
those
would've-
2 seconds
I
and
would've
died.
died. I
Someone would
would've
have died.
Yeah, I would have died. I got
Then
hit one time.
Instead of getting the first, we would probably get second or some shit, you know?
But you know, you see what I learned yesterday? That I have to
Exactly.
fucking do it no matter what. Dude.
That's what I'm telling you, like, you fuck up once and we instantly improve on it. That's how we are. You don't need to fuck up once.
I'll try for 6 times go, please. That guy, I can kill him.
What, at the air?
Out the air, dude. I would have fucking been mega tilted. Can you hit the beak?
Yeah,
This looks like it's a zone. We gotta fucking
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can
yeah.
move fast and get some juice on.
Look at
Shit,
it.
is
And
this
it's here,
is
right?
the zone from yesterday, is it not?
I can't tell.
It looks like it's a little bit more to
We can play egg again. We can play egg again.
I don't know. I feel like yeah. I feel like going in from egg is easier than going in from the houses I'm on. You know what I'm talking about?
Blue armor here.
But you
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
say,
we
man.
play from egg. We take egg fast. We're good.
Yeah. Got 301 here.
Another blue.
I find the charge rifle, I'm taking it.
I fucking
Do
need a
it.
wingman in my life right now. I'm actually disgusting with a wingman right now, and I demand a fucking wingman.
I'll ping you if I find.
On a wingman. Let's go.
Back,
Yeah,
it
with
would
that.
be the life changer right now.
Yeah. Agreed.
You have no crafter, right?
No crafting, no. I'm ready to move soon. Wingman right here. You can take it on the way
I
over.
got one. I got one. I want it.
Okay. What are we doing? Moving now?
Yeah, we
10
should.
seconds?
We go?
10 seconds type beat or what?
Like move towards the where we have to go. Like loot towards where we have to go. You know.
I'm
We
doing
loot
downstairs
everything
then.
in the middle, cause like we could find some good
I
armor.
didn't loot middle. Oh fuck, I
Okay.
should have went middle instead. I got blue though.
Yeah, okay, you got fucking saved. And there's a bat there though, which I'm gonna grab right now.
I got purple.
Nice. Okay, we
There,
gotta go.
We should go over.
There's another wingman here. I don't know if you want it.
No. Yeah, don't have
I'm
time.
moving. I got
move.
Eva through one right now.
I'm R9 wingman.
A lot of bullet through one.
Hold
I
on.
have 2 bats, 8
There's a golden
cells.
triple take, bro.
I don't want it.
We gotta move.
Yeah.
2 bats, 8 cells. Like I'm not that good on meds, so I'm literally hiding the entire game.
2 bats, 8 cells, same.
1 bad, 12 cells.
1 bat, 4 cells. Shit, we are fucked.
No,
I have
1
3
bad,
bad.
12 cells.
I have 3 bats. I have 3 bats actually. What am I saying? Take 1 bat, Tishin.
There's a
They're
triangle on the right.
taking it. They took it.
There's
took
no
what?
team
They
on the,
took it, they
on
took
the
it.
right. Team on the right on my
Okay,
ping.
play bamboo for this. Play bamboo for us then. Someone's flying above. Play on us. Play on us. Play the bridge and play where we are.
I'm playing bridge. I'm going bridge.
Yeah, we should go bridge, bro. We should go bridge.
Okay, you go bridge with him. I'm gonna stay here. We definitely want the bamboo on me.
I should go other side bridge.
Oh, dude, these
Yeah, you
guys,
can.
these guys can get fucked
Oh
hard.
shit. Yeah, I have to come bridge as well.
White armors. Yeah,
I'm
it's
coming
fine.
bridge.
We just play bridge. There's 2 white armors here. 2 whites and a blue here.
Ah, my ult.
It's good. This is a good one. We're in both, so if it pulls either way, we're good.
Yeah, this is not bad.
And we can bully these guys that are playing bamboo.
We just
and
have to
chill.
listen. We have good armors. There's no reason for us to peek and waste our limited meds. Okay.
2 people
Save
should
me.
play there, and 1 guy should play on. I can play on me.
Okay, you play. I'm playing with
Because
this.
if they take that over there, we get fucked in the ass.
Okay, I'm just saying. Limited meds. Save
Yeah.
meds, no matter what.
I'm
Don't peek.
actually just gonna stop peak actually.
No
I'm just
fucking
sit right
reason
here
to
and chill.
save even like no reason to waste even a little bit of med. Not even 1 cell.
Nah, I'm looking up in there. I'm just making. If somebody comes, I have to start shooting and shit.
Somebody
Somebody
lands
here.
on us. We wipe them fast.
Yeah.
If people fly, they'll see us And we'll just shoot at them.
If you hide like
They're
this,
shooting
don't
with
move.
shotguns here.
Shotguns?
What? Yeah.
They could be like trolling. No, they're bubbled.
They bubbled and shit.
I'm
That's what I'm
looking,
saying. The team
I shot next to us.
There.
Okay, we could
They're not
take.
playing that.
Could Taishin play this?
No,
Yeah.
These guys are super aggro on it and
Okay,
keep
okay,
shooting
okay.
and finding
Never
angles in
mind.
it.
Yeah,
waste
yeah.
of waste of meds. And if someone just takes it, we don't fucking care. We just shoot them.
Yeah. But we want
Agreed.
Babu Forest no matter what. Okay?
Yeah, we'll take that later.
we
we'll
want
take
that
it later.
late. We want that late. So
But if
right
we
now
can't
we
give up
just,
this spot.
yeah, we play bridge and then we move to bamboo later.
Yeah,
But don't waste meds. 2 bats, 8 cells, not very good on meds.
same.
We literally have to save every single bit of meds we have.
Yeah, I'm looking around. I'm just making sure nobody fucking just like start landing on
They
us. or
can't.
some
They
shit.
can. The only people that can come to us that Monday are people who fly. Because everyone else who tries
That's
to
what I'm
walk
saying.
to us are gonna get shit on by everyone around us.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm playing like top here so I can look around and
Yeah,
shit and see people if they fly or not.
Me and Tashin are also playing in the open, so if people are flying, they'll spot us. Yeah, one team flying.
19 flash.
Flush. Holy shit.
Yeah, 19 flash. They swerved. They swerved.
Okay, the
Oh,
tower's
they're-
looking at
they're
us,
going.
Tashin now.
They're going way towards me. Holy shit. I'm happy I peeked right there. I would have fucking died.
Yeah. We're good.
Tower's up here, by the way, looking.
Okay,
They're
the
looking out for the
possibility of
shoulder.
endings. Listen, the possibility of endings, right? It can end here, around that area. It can end around that area. It can end around these houses. It can also go back all the way there, or it can end around here.
Yeah, no matter what, we got
No matter what, we're good. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
priority number 1, staying alive. Priority number 2, saving meds. No peeking at
Yeah.
all unless Valkyls. Don't allow anyone to steal our meds. Our armors are insane. There's literally no point for us to lose batteries ourselves.
Agreed.
Manda's gonna get purple anyway, eventually.
Yeah.
Plus, he has fucking personal shield, so he's fucking strong.
Yeah, I actually have 225 HP right now. Plus the 10% extra, so I have like 250.
True. I drink some water, because I can.
Yeah. Alcohol thing. They're flying away. We're good.
Oh, it could also end next to us here. In that case, we're also really fucking good.
No matter what, I think our spot is so good.
Yeah, we're pretty
It's
centered.
I actually better than egg, I think, to be honest.
But I'ma tell you what, this whole area, I'm gonna start pinging right here. Like this whole area right here, it can't
Yeah,
end
it
there.
can't end there.
It doesn't
Yeah, I
end
know
in
that.
Jurassic ever. So
I
it
know.
can only end on this side of the circle.
Yeah. No matter what, I think our spot is pretty good.
So it's gonna end on the either on south side or on the west side. But I've never seen a
Yeah.
zone really end like here that much. Maybe once or twice. So I think the chances it's gonna end on us are a lot higher than not. But you never know. We get fucked by zones all the time. So you know, we're used to it.
Car. One guy's just running in the middle right here. The fuck?
Fucking look.
One guy's just... What the yeah, they're cheaping this way.
Our
Oh,
way?
they're playing this little rod right here.
Okay, don't get shot.
Yeah.
No point for us
I-
to do this.
I can't... Yeah, I don't think I can get a kill right there.
Saving
I'll
meds is
look
for it.
priority.
Where's the care package? You should get a care package.
I wonder if we get one, dude. I'll be fucking
No.
sick.
We will.
Now,
we will.
what, you ordering the devs to spawn us one?
Yeah, hey.
It will-
It's coming now, don't worry about it.
Dude, my guns are stuck though. I got like a full purple R9, full blue wingman with a red dot. Like, I am ready to fight for anyone who comes at us.
I'm just peeking and shooting when I know I can get a little bit of damage off without taking any.
What guns do you have?
301.
And?
Eva.
And Tashin?
R9 Mastiff.
Okay, you guys are very close range and I'm the only one that... Okay, well no,
I
you
got
guys are not.
301.
You got 3-1, never mind. But, still. Our close range is strong. We got 2 shotguns and we have our SMGs. Just, you know. No point to do anything that we don't have to do. Alright, no point to lose any meds. 2 purples and a blue.
There, yeah, flying in.
They're gonna fly up here. Yeah, they're gonna get shit on. They're getting shit on, I think.
50. Yeah.
This team should help us.
Yeah, they are. 100%. I got 175 light. I don't want to fucking waste it.
I have 230,
Loba.
but I'm not dropping you anything with this Lobo.
They have a fucking Loba,
I know.
dude. If they get wiped, dude, Loba. Oof. If you get Loba, bro.
Yeah, but
Huge. Fuck.
I don't think this
Doesn't
team is
matter.
focusing them anymore.
No, I don't think so. They're looking the other way. They're looking towards this, where like there's a lot of other teams sitting and shit. I'm gonna single tap my 301 action. No, fucking, I'm not gonna do that. I'll forget to take it off.
You don't have to pick at all. Just save your ammo, save your meds. You're gonna get purple eventually. It's not important
Yeah,
right now. Don't do anything. Let's not lose our meds.
I'm just looking around.
Like we have really good end game.
If they land on me, do I just fucking bolt towards you guys instantly?
We have maybe, or we ult on you. I don't know. We'll see. But we have really
You
good.
can shoot. You should shoot.
We just
you
fight
can,
them. If
yeah.
they land on you, we just fight them. You have to fight them.
Okay, I'll see if I can beam one.
You speaking here?
Yeah, 150 on him.
Okay, okay.
Oh no,
no
110.
more.
He used bubble already. Good, good.
Nice, nice, nice.
Maybe you get fucked now. 108. I mean, not 150. My bad.
They shouldn't too much angles, too much angles. Listen, we have really good end game, so we don't have to worry about kills too much. Just worry about keeping our meds and staying alive.
Yeah.
I keep throwing my Qs at them to fucking keep them in check.
Do it, do it. Fuck, I wish you could have my fucking blue so you could just throw Qs and get free.
I'm not getting any damage at all on my Qs, but I'm just like zoning them
Yeah,
so they can't peek.
I'll get it. I have 40 damage. Doesn't matter.
And I can give you light later. I have
Yeah, it's fine.
230 on
No, I'm
this,
good. I have 160.
yeah, but I also have a wingman, so you're gonna use it more than me.
Hmm.
I'm gonna use R9 only in like special occasions. Fuck, it gets stuck.
If there's a job, we're not gonna go for it.
Nope.
Because the
Depends
lower
on
team,
close.
the lower team's just gonna yank you no matter what.
Yeah.
Imagine on the bridge, dude. Yeah, on me.
Oh, if it lands in our hands, we're gonna go for it. But if it's not in our hands, then we're just gonna waste meds trying to go for it.
Are they still playing in there? I think so.
I don't hear them. I think they're sitting in doorways and just hiding.
I have 3 arcs too. I'm gonna save.
I have no
I'm gonna
nades.
fucking save. I'm gonna save them. I
Just
wish I
get
gave
these
you,
people.
but
We gotta watch behind us, by the way. Someone just died here. They got mopped. There's a lot of
they're
teams
fighting.
behind us.
that's fine. It ends here. It ends here. It ends here.
We have to defend really well now, because teams are gonna start
Yeah.
getting forced into us.
Yeah.
They're getting ported on here. That Loba team is getting ported on.
They are.
Yeah, I saw a
Yeah,
raid
they
port
are.
into them. They kidnapped him.
One
They
got
kidnapped him.
One got
Moba
knocked,
got
yeah.
kidnapped. We love that
Unlucky.
shit. God, what I would do for a Loba ult now.
Yeah, same.
Nice. I got it. No more peeking.
Nice.
No more peeking.
that
No more
was-
looking here.
I only use like a little bit of light on it. It's perfect.
I can give you light anyway. That Loba ult would be great. We know this is a
Oh,
duo
fine.
in case.
Flying in.
Flying above us.
Yeah, he's swerving. It's a solo.
Oh shit, he's looking at this tower.
Yeah.
Listen, as long as if we get overwhelmed here, I can ashul into them because they're a duo and we know that. Even though it's gonna be dangerous, but it's
Yeah.
doable.
I feel like we should be fine right now.
Yeah, we are fine right now. We just have to defend this.
I
Don't
got
let that
it.
tower guy anything. Don't give him a single bullet.
Not
He
even a
wants.
single fucking hit.
He wants
The duo,
purple.
the duo being there is pretty good.
Can I play this
Because
corner?
if they start fighting and shit and they get a knock or some shit.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we can just do Ash TP fucking mop.
No, we jinxed it.
He hit you once, man. Fuck.
Hit me twice, bitch.
No. Fucking same it. No picking at all. Don't even go up
I have
the
11
stairs.
cells now. Oh, well.
Oh
Belt
no.
holding in.
11 cells. They're landing kind of on us.
They're landing
No,
on
no,
that
no.
little house thing. Yeah, they are.
They're landing on the duo, dude. It's gonna be a massive fight.
130 on duo.
I 1 gold tethered, 2 bubbles down. You might have to nade that later. It really could be good kills. Look at this guy. When the bubble goes down, look at him.
Yeah, this guy.
Oh, he's gone now. I can't see him anymore.
They're
They
gonna
ashulted into the other team. These guys are just griefing everything, dude. They're They just griefed half the lobby there.
They just got fucked. This guy just got fucked on by the triple take guy.
Two Gibraltar's dead.
They're mega fucking, yeah.
Should I Ash ult and see if we can get anything or no?
Dude, I don't know.
Just
So
patience, bro.
closing. I think people are gonna fucking Ash ult. Here, blue armors.
On us or what?
One guy's
Is anyone else on us? Ash! Around the building. Above you, Tashin. Above you, Tashin.
Here,
Look at this Gibby. Gibby's one.
No, I just low.
Gibby's dead.
Doc.
They're all dead, all dead.
Ask me.
You have to bubble. Gotta play the stairs now.
Please.
I'll drop you a medkit. Here.
We gotta get back too.
I lost my purple, I'm getting it. Nice,
Yeah.
good meds. I'm gonna drop R9 and get this PK.
Do
A
it.
bunch of light here.
Taking a map.
So much light.
Yo.
Are you good?
I'm good. I'm just fucking making sure we got everything. There's a Devo here with turbo.
I can't. I mean, I don't want it. I got wingman and I got PK. Watch our back now. South.
Man, I want to go over there. One of us needs
Yeah.
to hold that. I'm going.
Fuck. Oh, I got more shit.
They're fighting right here.
I'm healing.
By the way.
Yeah, we
There's
gotta.
Robert here.
Fuck, we gotta pick which side we wanna play here. We
Which
play
side's
under the
better?
bridge. I don't know. I don't know which side is better. We
Fucking
play both
bullshit.
sides. We play both sides.
Yeah, there's nothing. This is playable later. This
Okay.
right here on the drop. This is not playable.
How about this?
Yeah, that is.
Okay,
So
we
if it's not-
need to play
it's
both
not
sides.
more
We
than
need to
two, I
play
think.
both sides. This guy is looking, Tashin. He wants to get shit on. We have to watch our side. These guys are in. They should be pushing on us, but they're looking. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there energy ammo still in it?
I think so.
Okay, there's a full team there. A lot of energy, yes. And bats and shit.
They just went inside. They just went inside this bamboo.
In the bamboo.
Yeah, I
Okay. Okay, be
Yeah,
careful.
one team bamboo.
This guy is still looking behind us, Tashin. Don't move around too much.
Yeah.
We're still in a pretty shit spot.
Oh, 50 flash on bamboo guy. He died, I think.
Is this solo? Was it the solo or what?
No. Chew on your light, dude.
There's a lot of light here, man.
There is.
215. I tethered one here.
I'm taking some light then.
Okay, I'm crossing on the other side.
You cross for me, yeah? Taking light.
I don't mind staying here either.
I know. I
Okay,
want to play on that side. I want to play on this side.
Okay.
What about me?
Yeah, you stay. I'm gonna come to you. How much cells do you guys have? I have 4 cells now.
5.
I have 6 bats though.
Yeah, I have 3.
You wanna give me some cells? Here's a bat. Give me a few cells, like 2.
There.
I'm crossing now. Tashin.
It's still peeking that motherfucker.
Holy shit, man! His mom fat.
Bell golding.
Where?
Top of us.
On top of us?
Yeah, landing here. No, they're landing there.
Okay. Isn't that a
Don't
team in
leave.
there? Are they pushing it, Tashin, or what?
Get back,
These
get back,
guys
get
are
back.
shooting each other.
Yeah, here as well. But we gotta protect our spot now, Mande.
Yeah,
Fuck everyone else.
I am.
Yeah, but they are fighting here.
81.
On him.
Fuck. I missed.
They bubbled here. They're gonna fight in bamboo now, I think.
Yeah, they will. But this team is
just
looking
need
at us too
targets.
much. We have to play on Mande. But we have to go late on Mande with my ult.
Yeah.
Not one.
Nice. I'm setting my tether there. It's bubble fights.
Fuck, can you guys take some more light to me? Bring some light. I gotta kill.
I can. Nice. I can bring.
Get
I
shot
have
in the back
light.
right now.
I have 230.
I got light.
I have 100.
Got 120 on me.
108.
Okay.
These guys are looking at us, okay?
We play here late as fuck and then we Ash ult to Mande. Okay?
Yo.
I think I'm gonna Ash ult for it.
Team Self is looking for us. This team's looking for
Yeah,
us.
they wanna fight us, but if they have to play here, they don't have zone and we shit on them.
By the way, bamboo does not have Gibby ult. Not Gibby ult, okay?
Okay, no,
Yo,
Gibble doesn't
they
matter
won't
to us.
have
We're
it.
under a bridge.
Yeah, but just so you know, they won't have it.
This team keeps peeking, Tashin. Careful. Now 111 on him, bro. Holy shit.
I hit him also.
Okay.
30 if that fucking missile.
Don't. They're gonna play above us probably. I mean, maybe above us is better, dude. We should play on Mande's side and then fight for above us later. Everyone's gonna.
Get fucked by this.
Everyone's
Chill
gonna.
below is good.
There's gonna be a lot of teams coming our way, man. From bamboo forest and from everywhere.
They're walking up the pole in front of our left side, bridge.
Really? Play a bit back.
My last
You get out to me then.
Yeah, we're good.
the portal to me.
Fuck, I have to go to Mande.
Me too.
Tell me if
This
you
is
need
bad.
bubble. Here, look at these guys.
Just keep looking at those stairs. That's the only problem right now.
Yeah.
Drop me bats, please.
Here's light.
Landing.
Dropped another bat. Light on the ground, Mande.
Look at these guys.
Pick up the light fast.
Look at these guys, bamboo. They want to go
Yeah,
in.
look at them now. Where are they? Left. They are shooting below us. I tethered it. 100 on Gibby. 60 on.
Chill.
Kill them all. I
Chill.
fucked them all.
We should
I
kill
killed
them.
all 3 of them.
Should kill them, yes.
On the other side, they're looking at us.
Wait, stay below.
I'm bubbling.
Yeah, but heal. We go below here and we swing them from below, okay?
I'm hitting them.
On the other side of us.
Yeah.
Stay dropped there.
They're getting shit on. I knocked one here. Chill on us.
Help.
Team bridge.
Knocked one. I died. Stay behind me. Team right here.
Tashin, we're gonna land on the duo below us, okay? Ready? Come.
Yeah.
They're resing now. 100. Knock. Last guy. Kill him. Nice. I got a swap. I need a swap.
One guy on my body.
And
You have medkit?
wait, I do. Wait. Shh. Okay, drop in medkit. I think there's a fucking duo across us. They're looking above us. Come with me. Yeah, there's a guy knocked here. Below. We fight below the bridge. Tashin.
Yo.
Come with me. There's 2 knocked. Oh, that guy's not knocked. Behind you. I'm dead. All you.
I'm dead.
Nice try. That's the best we could have done.
Yeah.
4 with 6. That's good. That's good. What is it, 7 points?
Fucking god, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was hard. They came from all
I didn't
sides.
see that was in.
No, listen, guys. Once we bubbled and we know that we have 3 people cracked on the edge, we jump over the fence and wipe them. We have to. Like the team that was close to us on bridge. Like I had a guy knocked below, and we had 3 people cracked above the bridge. We pop our bats, we jump over, wipe them, and then we focus on the below that has 1 knock.
Yeah.
But other than that, good. We still got 6 kills and. No, wait, we
That's
got
very
11 points. Not, I thought we got 7th or 6th.
No, we got 6 points, 6 kills in 4th. That's good. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. There's not much we can do there. Other than
hard.
if I was with you guys on the left side and jumped down.
And then we maybe kill everyone below, and then we get like 6 kills and still 4th place. But we got a bit more kills. But still, I think we still ended 4th. Maybe we survived.
Good.
We could have fought for top of bridge. I think the play was top of bridge. Those guys on top of bridge were alive forever, dude, and they had angles and everything.
Yeah, they didn't get what's it called, focused at all. That little crevice they had down there on the left side, that fucked us so hard. But dude, nice. 6 kills, top 4. I'll take that.
Good salvage. Good salvage.
Dude, 69 IQ. How many kills, dude? What? Holy shit.
What?
17
Oh yeah,
kills.
17. That's a big game for them. 29.
Second place, 9 kills. Oh.
They're in first place now, but only 2 points ahead of us. We are tied for second. We reply totem.
Okay.
With 33 points. Empire is behind us, 4th with 29 points. 4 points behind us. Other than that, we're.
The moment you said we need to stabilize fighting that team that landed on us with Volker, or no, Ash ulted on me. Dude, I was in their bubble. I saw all 3 with my turbocharger devotion, and I was thinking at that moment, bro, should I keep shooting or should I actually dip? I dipped, dude.
Yeah, I mean that was good.
That devotion, did imagine?
I mean, you probably could have killed them, but why
I
take
didn't
that risk?
risk it. Yeah.
It's good that we're like together.
Didn't want to take that risk, but the possibility with a devotion was pretty high, bro. You know.
Still, we play. The thing with us is the highest qualities for us. The highest probability of doing good is like sticking together, man. That's the only thing. Like, yeah, you could have 1v3 them there and shit. Sure.
Crafting is turbocharger Devo right now.
Hey.
Now it's World's Edge, by the way.
I fucking hate playing Devotion, dude. Sometimes it's fucking crazy and sometimes it's just mega shit. I feel like it's such a hit or miss thing for the Devo.
That shit slaps, dude. I probably jumped on that team that I only see 100.
Dude, I was smoking that thing below it. And then in the end, I started punching. I shot everything, so I started punching the last guy.
All in.
Either way, we're playing really fucking good. That's 11 points. That could have ended way worse for us. We could have got nothing out of it. We got 11 fucking points. That's good. We're top 3 right now. We keep doing this on World's Edge, baby, and we got this shit. Everyone good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Chillin', bro. Go again. Watching about again.
We definitely could have done better in there, but hey, we still salvaged 11 fucking points. We're not gonna beat ourselves over 11 fucking points, you know? If Mande doesn't go down, we have a better chance. Like, I think as soon as Mande bubbled and we knew that those trees were cracked, we just pop bat and we go fucking mop them, and that's our best play there.
Yeah, I think so too.
We overstayed on the stairs and got shot by like 5 different teams.
Yeah, I think we should just... yeah, true. We should just jump. I think we should just jump down. And straight, like, when I knocked that Gibby, I think I just fucking jump off the edge and just start fucking firing.
Yep. But we did good though. Like, we're not gonna beat ourselves over a fucking 11 fucking point game, you know? That's a good game. It's 11 fucking points. It's not fucking 2, you know? We're doing really fucking good. Good fucking juice. Now we have World's Edge, dude. Now we fucking do the World's Edge. Good moves, boys.
Yeah.
Keep it up. Everyone's making fun of you for how you said bamboo guy.
Fucking idiots, dude. Sweet chat. These motherfuckers.
In my chat as well. This. Zuka typing Mande talk bamboo guy. Someone's saying Mande wants that package so bad because he kept looking towards
I was
it.
looking at it. I was like, dude, it looked crazy, but I didn't. I wanted to take it so bad, dude.
I know, you're such a fucking Kraber horn dog.
No, it's not even that. Like a bolt or like anything could be fucking nuts because my 301 is like good mid to long range, but close range is just bad, you know? I wanted a close range weapon like a Spitfire maybe or some shit, you know?
Yeah.
A Kraber wouldn't be bad either. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm Mandy MD.
Good knock on the bamboo guy. Yeah, I think ultimate the play was probably fighting for up top. And if you get top of bridge, then we kind of fucking rule the whole bridge. And we can have a better chance of getting a top 3.
Yeah.
It was hard to get a win from our spot because we are fucking like no cover below the bridge and like a bunch of people all looking at us.
Oh, top bridge was crazy too.
Yeah, it was so much like crouching potential, and the car as well. The car was in. You just hand it, go behind the truck. Like, I don't know. Definitely top bridge next time.
Yeah.
Good arcs, but yeah, right here, stabilize, like right this situation, pop bat and jump on them. We have 3 cracks. Look, Ash, Valkyrie, Gibraltar, crack.
Look, I'm going now. I was in them.
Yeah, I
And
was
then
there as
ditched.
well.
Oh
Why
my
did you
damn,
give me
right
ult them? Why did you give me ult them?
because I thought I could force them under the bridge.
Yeah, right here, right after your bat, you should have pushed. Oh yeah, you also stayed up, man. That was
I
not
knocked
good.
one.
I know, but like you should definitely play stairs. You died because you stayed up, and they had an angle on you. You should have healed on the stairs with us.
Good you didn't move many with your knockdown shot. I could
Yeah, I was
have
just holding
I
it.
took a battery.
Look at me punching a motherfucker in the back.
Oh my god, listen to Sweet. He needs to call it, and beautiful call out there from Energy. Hey, one guy body on me well.
Definitely should have pushed them like
It
after
was a
those
Spitfire.
archers.
Fuck, dude.
After those archers, definitely should have pushed them though.
Yeah. I
Harder.
pop a bat. I feel like you guys push because I had to pop a bat, and I bat and I come right after.
But the thing is, I didn't know. I didn't do any damage to them at all. So I didn't know how hardly fucked they were. I needed you guys. If you're doing 100 plus on every one of them, you need to scream at me that you did 100 plus, so I can know like that we can push. Because I didn't do
Yeah, I
any
said
damage to
crack
them.
all.
That was all. Like we need.
Yeah,
we
I
need
said I
to-
cracked them all.
Like back when that happens, we need to hype up the comms a lot more. Cause the way we said that they're cracked, like I'm not blaming you, but I'm saying the way we reacted to them being cracked was very chill. That didn't make me think like it's urgent, you know. Like
If I can scream and the
if
next
you
time
crack, if you
fucking-
man, the next time you crack all 3 of them, scream at me so I can fucking register it better. Cause I'll know how important it is if you scream at me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I didn't look at the numbers. I don't know if you saw it from my board. I didn't look at the numbers. I just threw the nades and I looked away because I got shot in the side.
Yeah, I didn't look at numbers either, and I didn't
did
do anything
37
to them.
fresh on one guy, and I cracked all 3 of them with the nade.
Oh, I think this is a restart again, boys.
Yeah, it is. Definitely next time, like if you cop all 3 of them cracked and you hear a massive crack in the background, like just scream at me, push the shit now, or like
Yeah.
you know, like.
But I don't know. I don't want to call out something that I don't know. Because if I say all of them cracked, and I only cracked one of them with my art because I didn't see the damage, you know?
Yeah, but now it says top right how many people were cracked in the kill feed. It literally said Ash, Gibraltar, Valkyrie cracked, and I didn't spot that in game, but like.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
Definitely something we need to pay attention to, because we could have definitely gotten a. Well, I don't know if we would have won that fight. I don't know if we would have won that game, but we could have done maybe possibly if we had all 3 alive, we could have gotten a top 3 or top 2.
Yeah. Oh, let's go, baby.
Yep, we're good.
Hot zone, by the way. But dog shit.
Of course, we had hot zone. Why wouldn't we? Fucking hot zone. Yeah, and now in World's Edge, like if it goes over, look, we should not be afraid. Like we should be more aggressive with controlling our spot. One.
I feel that we should always hold the backside where they took it from us yesterday.
Yeah,
we should
but
always hold from there.
definitely.
Building,
but
yeah.
but also
Right.
keep in mind, like that team did not end up getting us killed, because that team in the end, they went away. They went down the hill right side, right?
Yeah.
What what ended up getting us killed is our next fight. The way we fucking fought was just like split up and like stupid, right? Like
Yeah.
maybe we should consider taking that piece of snow there, those 2 rocks with a little dent in, earlier, because maybe we
I fucking took all their meds.
maybe, yeah. You call, buddy.
Because
Dan
normally
Burton hyping up us boys.
the homie.
The homie hyping up. Let's go.
Did I fucking mistype? What the fuck?
Fat finger code, bro. Oh my god.
No, yeah, I wrote it wrong too.
Yeah.
Damn, no
Fucking
shot.
whiffed it, dude. Okay, my dog needs to shut the fuck up right now. Well, either way, we're not gonna beat ourselves over the couple mistakes that we made. We still got a shit ton of points on the board, and we're playing good. It's the only thing that matters. You know, you're always gonna make mistakes. It's just how you play after you make those mistakes. It's not about the mistakes. We learn from them, and the only thing that matters is how we adapt after we made a mistake. You know, and for the most part, we've been doing good. Yeah, we've done a mistake with letting Mande die there, but we still clutched that fucking fight. Mande knocked one, and
Yeah,
it worked out in the end.
guys that shit and we got the kills.
Yeah,
Hold
who know-
everything with my devotion. That was good.
Obviously, if we have 3 up, obviously, like, yeah, the chances of us getting a better placement is there, but who knows if we would have gotten it anyway, you know? Like, it was a rough spot to begin with.
Yeah.
But still pretty good, and we're fucking farming. First game was unlucky. That would have also been a good game for us with the way we've been playing. So, like, just keep playing like this. Now it's World's Edge. We focus on moving fast, getting a good spot, and all that good juice. We're starting,
Yeah,
Mario.
you're starting. Yeah.
You know, we've done some mistakes on World's Edge so many times already. We should now know.
I'm just listening to you, dude.
Like,
Straight
we
up.
should now we should already know what fucked us before, so we don't ever get fucked like that again. Overlook zone, that on those little mountains, we should never fucking lose that spot ever again. And now we know it happened to us twice. Once in Pro League Split 1, when we lost to Gambit and those guys, and now to Empire yesterday. We go there early and we hold that shit. Fuck everyone else. We hold that shit early if we have to. But we're now losing that spot because that's such an important spot for us in that zone. Okay, I'll
Oh,
go
Brain.
there.
Yeah, bro, let's go. Hold that shit. Hold that shit, boys. Please,
Other than
shots
that,
like
we're
full
playing really
shit,
good.
everything.
And also, one thing I have to say, in World's Edge, it's all about area control. Yesterday, we lost an entire bridge because of our area control.
Yeah.
When there is a team that wants to coexist with us in our spot, we're gonna throw everything at them for them to not coexist with us. Because the chances are is that we're just gonna get started at and lose. And we don't want them there. Fuck them, dude. Go away, dude, you know? Like,
Yeah.
area control is everything. We fucking control as much as possible. We don't let them have shit. We go aggressive on them. We scare them away. Same plan like
Hustle.
last game and
Hustle
same
again,
hot
dude.
zone.
No
Holy
capping.
shit. Dude, they replayed the last game?
Yeah, I think so. Everybody knows where the zone is now.
Alright, I'm obviously going here.
Bro, this seems like a south zone again, thermal station. And then we're gonna end up again Gacy crafting.
It's okay, I actually like that we don't have crafting because that means we're gonna move fast.
That is also very true.
What am I looking like? 3 people on me or what?
No,
I actually don't know.
What are these guys on the
I
right?
think we had 2 people. 2 people going. I'm looking. 2 people going geyser.
2 teams.
Never mind.
yeah.
Never mind.
It looked like it for a moment for me too.
I think he's going over to the big Maldi.
Big mold.
Launch pad type B.
Like move fast type shit. Holy fuck. What is this? Launch site? This is a launch site, right?
I was
full speed looting, bro.
thinking maybe this one. This little what's it called?
Yeah, it does look like it could be that. We could play
There's
up
a
to
wingman
here.
on me, but you probably can't take it.
Can you? What do you have? I really want to.
I want 301.
I have a R9 with a 2-timer
better than nothing,
and
yeah.
a fucking purple stock. Now, if
Oh,
I find
I
a
got-
301,
I
I'll
got-
pick it up.
Okay, yeah, do that. I'll carry the wingman.
And a
I have
blue mag and
alternator.
everything. Like I really
Holy
stacked
shit!
R9.
No, I got gold light mag.
Okay.
Oh.
And I have a lot of ammo as well. Like 300.
I don't have a lot heavy though.
Okay.
But I'll
just
carry
pick
it.
up, pick up some if you find any.
Yeah.
There's a blue bag here.
Golden
I'll-
crawler.
We should move soon.
Fuck me, dude.
Yeah, we should definitely move.
I'm done.
You ready to move?
Yeah.
Balloon 2 minutes.
I
go
got
up
all
there.
my attachments right now on me.
You didn't find a 301, right?
Nope.
Okay. We're gonna have to go R9
Blue
until we
bag.
find it.
Blue bag and that one touch in.
Alright, let's go, boys.
I have 120 only.
Balloon on me. 120 what?
Like in heavy.
That's fine. I'm fine with 2 stacks. Hey, you have red dot or no?
No, 2-timer.
That's fine. I also have a 2-timer. I'll just use 2-timer for now.
Wingman R301.
We got 301. The Tashin, you should take the R9 and give Mandy the 301. So Mandy can
Yes, man.
range.
You have
I
a lot
got
of
full
light,
stack.
Randy?
I have full stack 301 with 240.
I have so much.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have 300
Yeah,
light
I'll,
on me,
I'll
bro.
have a fully stacked 301 when you give it to me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I give you the gun. You sure?
Yeah,
You want it? Sure.
Here,
You have
here,
a
here.
scope for it too? I don't have
2-timer.
Good. Here.
Look at all this light.
Take the light mag and shit.
I have everything. I have everything. Mine's
Go, go.
fucking stacked.
Holy shit.
I got
how
gold,
did I
gold
get-
light mag, everything. What do you need? What do you want to carry?
I'm
Light ammo?
stacked. No. I'm stacked. I'm just wondering.
I got five full slots I can carry shit in.
Okay.
I have 3. I want a red dot and a heavy mag. Carrying some
You need
sauce.
red dot and heavy mag, you said.
Yeah.
I give you. Here. Take all of this.
Really?
Nice.
Take all of this. Take all of this.
What is
I
it,
have a
fucking
stack
god?
on mine. Don't worry. Heavy
Anyone
mag.
need that?
Here, dropping a 2-timer. Alright, let's go. Move on. I'm actually. This guy just stacked me up for a whole year. Let's go.
No bats.
I have 2.
One.
Here, take 1.
Oh, I can't carry it now. I can't carry it now.
Yeah, I'll grab it. We might find more. I'm just picking up
Just
cells.
give it later. Give it later. I'll carry the nades and shit.
3 times go. 3 times go.
I'll fucking keep the 2.
14 cells,
go.
2 bats. Keep moving. I think we want that high ground, right?
This one?
Like
The one you paint?
Yeah.
I like that place. Yeah.
Yeah, same. And we can walk from it. Just go right to command center. We're fine. I have listen. I have 18 cells and 2 bats. No
That's
problema. No
Alright, hit.
problema.
I don't know how to fucking cross this.
Here, cross
I
on me.
walked it. I should walk it like a maniac that I am.
Sentinel gamer.
Alright, his mom fat. I got that. Understand that.
Holy fuck! I just used 4 cells. Can I get some?
Yeah, you can get. And there's more here.
Alright. Yeah.
There's people on high ground already there. Here, take some
people there.
cells. Maybe we
I
can
can't
get
carry
tunnel.
I take it.
Tunnel? Yeah.
Fuck
You want
your
to-
mom, bro. Holy shit, you're fat!
Come. I'm waiting for you. And we peek tunnel together.
Yeah. Popping cells in there. Alright, it's not
Not
even
looted.
good. Grab those bins. More cells in here. Also, I'm carrying an ultax, so just so you know.
Yeah.
Alright, let's move.
Can I get one bat real quick? Just if I fucking need it.
Yeah, I got 2.
Alright.
Alright, we gotta move closer. They're crafting below the high ground there. Is this fucking thing taken on our right?
They're not playing Gibby.
Here.
They're not playing Gibby.
Yeah, but we can't fight them for it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying they're not playing Gibby. So
We can play below there and above there later. Let's watch our back now. We play tunnel now. We play from tunnel, we move from tunnel. I'm also gonna go inside and like see if there's loot. Leftover loot.
Poking to purple with juicer.
Right.
I have 1 nade.
1 cell here.
Shit. I'll carry that arc star actually. I got 2 nades then.
Okay, there's more arc stars here. There's also 1 cell if you can pick it up. I have 12 and bat.
No, I'm full. I got 12 and bat.
Okay.
2 bats, 12 cells right now. Pretty chill then. We just
I
need
have a
purple.
lot of heavy ammo. I'm like 240. And I have a fucking old cell.
Platform there later against the team that's not Gibby.
Yeah.
We give you all them, force them inside like the small like huts or whatever, and we just farm them and take
And
their
we
spot.
can keep in mind we can also play below the platform if we don't want to force it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All doable.
Yeah. Let's go, baby.
We can first go below them, then give ult them and go up. But
Yeah.
yeah, they're playing up on this spot, so they're probably like getting platform wouldn't even be that hard. There's
I
an
don't think so
unlooted
either.
bin here. Can you guys come to me and I'll go loot it?
You wanna go for 1 bin?
Yeah.
Okay. Go for it, man. I'm here. Just Q if you need to, and I'll ping where I need to bubble, okay?
Yeah. 2 blue armors in here. Fuck no.
That would have been a pretty big bubble thing if
3-1
we
here.
didn't have.
Yeah, if we didn't have it, it'd be fucking game changer. Absolute game changer for sure. Yeah, I think by the way everyone's playing. This is probably ending on this truck.
You were thinking truck? Yeah, I was thinking that same too.
I mean, in that case, playing from below here and above is not bad at all, man.
Yeah.
Can we play in here without getting poked to fucking death? Like, do we have any cover?
Ooh,
Only this
actually,
bin.
no.
No, wait.
That's not even in.
This is in on me.
Holy fuck. Maybe
That's
we gotta
in,
go
that's
here?
No,
Or
Yeah.
what?
I've heard what you say about the other side.
no, I don't like it
Okay.
because I have to port us from here to below there.
Yeah. Is there something playable on you guys?
Yeah, this box.
Yeah, there's a bunch of boxes and shit.
Okay, I didn't see the boxes.
Do you think
We can't
anyone's
play-
there right now? I want to go there early, man.
Team Power, Team Bridge can fuck us
we
if
can
they
just-
fail there for the fun.
But how do I get there early? That's the question. Can this guy fuck off? You suck at aiming,
You
pussy.
TP you towards it, I think.
Yeah, but like it's gonna be short. It's only gonna go halfway.
I don't know. Maybe you go up a little bit closer.
Can we go Valkult from here and go there? Would we make it?
Probably, yeah.
Tashin, what do you think?
From
I think
here?
From over
Easy,
here.
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Listen, this might sound fucking stupid as hell, but I wanna go do it.
It sounds good. It sounds good.
It's fucking Valkult from
What
here.
do we do if we go? If there's someone there, we just land top platform or what?
Yeah, like we have no other
If
option.
there's someone there, we let.
Yeah,
Alright.
we have no other option. We just go now. We go now. We go as early as possible so no one grabs it there in front of us. Okay.
You
Go
fucking make
over the
that?
mountain or right? Do we make it? Yeah, I think we should be able
Yeah,
to
we
make
do.
it.
Yeah, we do.
I'm gonna stretch hard, boys. Ping me shit, okay? Ping me
Yeah.
shit.
Right here. We wanna go right here.
You wanna
Yeah,
land
Go
it?
below. Go below. Go below. Go below. Below is good. Below is good. Below is good. Really good. We have angles on us, but you know.
Good on me.
Yeah, I'm good on here as
Me
well.
too.
Good. And then
There's
there's only.
TS here.
Oh, he's
here,
peeking
TS
from
here.
above, dude. We could give ult him and push them, dude, if he keeps doing this.
How is he not getting shot?
I don't know.
Open
He's
flash.
cracked.
If he
Dude,
dies, we go.
He Ash ulted away. Dude,
Idiot.
I'm gonna go up. Alone.
Yeah, one guy's playing here in this truck. I saw him before.
Holy shit!
It's fine. It's
The
fine.
amount of triple takes. You have Phoenix or something?
Yeah,
No.
Thank you.
I dropped.
Okay. Listen. He's not playing close. So, realistically, we could
They're
give
looking
ult
at
and go up.
Yeah, but wait, he's playing close or not?
He's not. He's playing on the truck. Right here. Man, this is so fucking dumb, dude. You guys suck. Suck a dick, dude.
Where I'm sitting right now is crazy. If he
I'm
doesn't
good on
peek.
me as well.
Yeah.
No way he's gonna pick that again. Like, I almost died just taking the zip up.
Yeah, exactly.
Good on, literally good on me, Tashin. Yeah, all these corners are good. Save our mates, because we only have one bet each.
Yeah, that's the one
Nice
battery.
house.
I'm actually gonna pump a battery here. Sell, I mean. Yeah, they don't have Gibby here, so if they start like, you know what I'm talking about, like walking back and shit.
Yeah. He can't even
If they start like
rocket us.
walking all the way back here or whatever, then I fuck them.
Fuck, it's still crashing.
Is he right above us?
They're just no. I don't hear anyone.
Okay.
I wanna fuck
Just
him
chill
so
here.
bad, dude.
Just chill
Yeah.
there, we're fine.
You tap his fucking face.
That's
Once
probably
that bridge
crazy
is
good later
once
on.
that bridge is gone, we're so much better. Once the bridge is not in zone. The only problem is that we all have blue armors. Okay.
Oof. Okay, that pulls all the way in.
Alright.
awkward.
We're gonna edge in down here, okay? And then we're gonna walk
I- I-
over.
You guys know this? Arpa, you know this place? Below the stairs?
Yeah, we wanna get there. We wanna get there if it's not taken. But how are we gonna Valkyrie there? Can we
high ground
reach it from here?
We
From
can't.
high ground?
I don't think so. We gotta fly this way around then.
Wait,
How
wait.
about-
What
I
if
can
we
fly that around,
if
yeah.
we zipped up here? Would we be able to hit the Valkyrie?
Easy,
yeah.
bro. We
Yeah,
can
yeah.
go
Okay.
here easily.
Okay, so what we're gonna do now when the zone starts moving, we're gonna take the zip up here, right? We're gonna Valkyrie
Valkyrie.
and we're gonna go for that spot, and if it's taken, we're gonna go below the wall here, you know?
Around.
Yeah.
Or like this
But how do we
corner.
go over the bridge? How do we cross the bridge then if we try to land here? There's a big bridge, we can't go other side.
No, we might be still have a flight, won't we? Like height?
No.
Oh, I mean like, if we
I don't.
land...
I don't know.
We'll see. We'll just go for it and we'll fucking decide on the moment.
Yeah. If there's someone here, you don't out of. Nah, fuck it. Never mind. Yeah.
I think we scan late. If people here, we're gonna scan them late because the
Yeah, we
angle
are.
shit.
Yeah.
So
We
it's
just
a
have
full
to
risk standing there.
Yeah, we have to fucking add a risk for that or this other side of the wall. Like we have to figure out.
This is
Think
in
this side,
also.
dude.
The people playing Bangalore and shit are in up here.
The one?
Next to
What?
us.
Next to us, next to us. Shh.
Above.
They just took it.
Let them
Yeah,
take
we
it, let
just
them
wait.
take it.
Just wait.
They're gonna fight, they're gonna fight.
They're ripping a Valk. No, they're not.
Let them.
Never mind. What?
No, they're looking at us, bro. Cracked him.
He's one. He's one.
I got a cell here. We're gonna have to maybe Gibby ult this, guys.
They're playing Gibby Caustic.
No, we just chill here, Oh, wait, they can do this. Where's the other team from the Bangalore team?
They
They
just
maybe
run out.
what?
Crazy.
We're gonna have to... Fuck, that
They
ruins the whole
jump down.
plan.
They jump down. 110 on Gibby.
Nade him,
I'm
nade
going
him. No, you're fucking down.
Yeah, my bad.
Fine. Get some angles on them. Look at them porting.
They're gonna
Look at
shot
them
in the
porting.
back. They're gonna shot in the back.
They're right here.
They took port.
They're right here. Chill. They're getting shit on there. There's a guy above us. We might have to use your Gibby ult so we can go Valkyrie.
Oh wait, do I give you all them or what?
Yeah, you might have to Gibby ult here so we can go Valkyrie.
Walk it above.
We
Walk
gotta
it above
we
us.
gotta walk straight or what?
Wait, is there a zipline here? Yeah, like literally right here.
They walk it. The walk
They're
it.
Valkyrie. Okay, we go next. We go.
Miro.
Go, come here, Valkyrie fast.
Got you.
Go, baby.
There.
Rip it. Okay, you know where we're going for.
I go for here. I go this way.
Yeah. Go that way.
Yeah, these guys are going there too. We're just third partying probably.
Go as far as possible, Tashin here. Fly as high as possible. They're fighting that below us.
I'm going for that.
There's
place.
people here.
We gotta go down.
Fight them. Bubble and fight.
Bubbling.
Give me one.
Sorry.
Valkyrie low. It's two teams.
Oh, behind me. What?
Fuck is this?
It's two teams. Million teams looking.
No, dude, how does that touch me? This was fucking free. This was free, but we wouldn't have made it without Valkyrie.
Nah.
Would we?
You're good.
No,
You're good.
no.
Chill now. Place the point.
You got this. Easy top 3 right here.
Let's keep him calm, let him chill.
I gotta kill,
You got killed. Nice.
Nice, do your thing, bro, do your thing.
I'm definitely gonna get landed on here. Fuck, we could have. Yeah, I mean, there's no other way for us to reach as far because of the.
Dude, don't worry about it. Just think about the game right now, okay?
No, it's fine. I can think about what we did, like what we did, because like,
Alright.
what am I gonna do here? Who am I fighting?
You got the shit, dude.
I got one ult, so though.
One guy looted the drop in front of you.
If I get, what do you guys think? Okay, I need professional opinions. If I get landed on, do I go for that? Is there's possibilities of less people over there?
Isn't there a car and shit under on the left side? On the
Yeah,
right?
there is, but a lot of people know about that spot. They're gonna go for it.
I guess.
I'm thinking, I haven't seen a single. Never mind. Never mind. I saw someone.
You got this. You got it. He's your top 5, dude. He's top 5.
Fuck, a lot of teams had the same idea as us, huh? Realistically, a better thing that we could have done is like landing on top here and then jumping on someone with a bubble.
Yeah.
Ah, the fuck do you peek there?
Fuck, dude. We didn't even get top 15. What? Holy shit.
That was rough for us. That zone that pulled so hard. Deep launch. Then launch side zones are the worst for us.
Dude, I think when everyone Valkyl's above us, the fucking Bangalore team was still standing on high ground. Maybe we just give you ult them and just take their spot so we know we can fly in and have a height.
Maybe. But that was like so hindsight, like crazy.
Yeah,
like
no.
Like how would we know that there's gonna
Now
be...
we know we can't fly that far.
How would we know there's gonna be 2 or 3 teams right next to us flying at the same time as we are flying?
If we at least did that, what we did right there, but like stick together and bubble and then shoot out, you know? That maybe we could have get some kills.
Yeah.
We just totally lost each other after landing.
I just landed and I bubbled and
I was next to Mande and I was shitting on one of the gibbies. We always need to like, when we're landing, we always need to land on Mande and land in his bubble and then fight. Always. Because I was in his bubble and I was just shooting. Trying to do my best.
2 teams on my face.
I know, I saw them.
Inside was literally on me. I didn't hear a single footstep. Or
this zone is so bad for us. Like, it's so hard for us to play this zone the way it is. Oh no, he blocked his key. Ash key.
A 1-point game, dude. Fuck it.
Like, realistically, if we could, we would have reached right here and we would have played right here. And it would be pretty good behind these yellow things.
If we get that spot right there, man, fuck.
Yeah, we're hard aching
Yeah,
them
that
now.
would have been a really good start.
Why is everyone there, man?
Fuck, dude.
Oh, 3 kills? Nice. You got gifted, I killed it.
We got 3 kills? Oh, 1.
No, 1 kill.
We got 1, yeah.
Nice.
That's rough. It's a fucking rough zone for us, man. The launch side zones are always so hard for us.
Yeah, this one's crazy, dude.
But I think this spot is what we go for in launch side zone. Like this yellow spot where Hardek and them are playing.
Oh, I don't know where they're playing.
Where I died,
100?
basically. Yeah, below where I hid as a solo. If we can play that as a 3-man and stay alive and have meds for it, like we would do really well, you know.
Yeah.
So I think that's what we aim for next time. We have to be even faster in this zone and move even faster, because look how fast everyone was in front of us, you know.
No.
Everyone rotated so fast. Basically, we were forced to edge. Them Ash looks crazy on wall judge as well, man.
Ash?
Yeah.
Ash is, I think Ash is crazy on World too. You just fucking, right there, for example, when we land there and we're like
I
fucking
would've-
fighting
yeah,
and
just
shit, you could have
pure
fucking TP'd us up top and we could have just fucking jumped down the other side.
Yeah, I think.
But that's hindsight.
Yeah, but what we have to work on is really have to work on. If we're landing on somewhere, we need to all land in the bubble. That is so
Yeah.
important that we're all in the bubble. Because I can even like port us away if we're not all there. You know what I mean?
No.
I might try Ash next game.
If you want, dude, play whatever the fuck
Wait,
you want,
what?
dude.
Arch Rampage ready. Oh yeah.
Hardeki and them, and look, they can play ultimate low ground because they have Ash ult and they can just Ash
I'm
ult
not looking at
out.
Hideki and those guys.
Yeah, they're playing really
Ash will be
ultimate
cool.
low. They're playing ultimate low below everyone, and they're just gonna Ash ult up and fight. Cause
If you want, then go for it.
yeah, I think I will. I mean, Raid can be sick, obviously, but like Ash is also really fucking sick.
Moon saves some base shots right now.
How are they gonna do this without bubble? Just smoke? Smoke and beat them? They're tanking Gibby ult, nice.
Oh my
With all
god. dude.
ogres.
The fucking Bangalore smoke is ridiculous.
Oh my god.
They're
dude.
winning this game. Hardeki and them are winning this game.
No, they're not. The team inside is fucking mega stacked.
The Hardeki and them
Yeah,
are fucking...
they're dying.
they're smoking. The Hardeki is literally smoking. Like, he just smoked 2 people. No, Hardeki and them are
No.
winning.
There's no way these guys lose.
Yeah, there is. He just
Hardeki-
knocked 2 of them. He just knocked 2 of them. He knocked 2 on each side. No, they lost somehow.
They got third.
Team inside one.
Yeah, the team inside is fucking
Who was it?
going crazy. Next.
Dude,
Oh, it's a team that killed us.
I only saw Ash if I
Dude.
kill feed.
Dude, yeah, it was Hardeki. He was fucking knocking 2. He
Yeah.
knocked 4 people. He knocked 2 people on each team. I'm gonna play.
It does maximum effort, dude. Doesn't help.
Max got a very big game there. We're talking like almost 30 points, I think.
Yeah,
20,
I'm gonna-
20 something.
I'm gonna play Ash. I like her fucking her port, man.
Do it, dude.
Dude.
Yeah, 24 kill game.
24, what the fuck?
Yeah.
12 kills, yeah, 24. Damn, bro. Crazy. Hardeki 7 kills alone.
Wait, they had 24 kills?
No, 24 points.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what the fuck, bro? I'm gonna switch to Ash instantly.
Yeah.
We're top 5 still, so
I got the
They
shit.
were like-
More games, boys.
13-ish points behind first place. So we have a big game come back.
Yeah.
Just keep doing it. Waiting for code, then I'm gonna go pee. Yeah, there if we just grouped there and I had Ash and I just Ash ult us across and we jump over the bridge on the yellow side. We're fucking farming.
Yeah.
We have to rotate even faster in that zone though. That was fucking impossible.
Dude, the team above us was just gone, and there's entire other team just ziplines up from. And there's nothing, they just walk for free.
Dude, that fight up there, when we saw everyone just well called, fucking running over there, Gibby holding that team up high ground, fuck, we could have shit on them.
Yeah, but when
Yeah.
you know.
And then we could fucking Valcall from there later. Fucking hell, they would have got shit on, dude.
I sent the code in.
No.
Gotta go pee.
Let's go to, bro. Damn, we're doing well, boys. Let's go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're fine. It's fine. One bad game.
We're
it is
all
what
on
it
the
is.
same side. We all talked about that corner landing with Volker. It didn't work, we know. But damn, bro, everybody was there.
Yeah, we're doing
Like
good.
3-4 teams.
We're doing good. Let me go pee, be right real quick.
Yo.
Like there's
Yeah.
like probably like 5-6 teams or something. And if you want a spot, we can literally take it for free. If it's
Yeah,
like
but
out in the
they're
open.
gonna just fucking. Like, I watched Hardek in them play. They just tank the fucking thing. They smoke themselves, they tank it, and they just.
They ain't tanking shit if you throw a Gibby all them and multiple arc stars.
How they can them, they play such a different way. It's crazy. They're so aggressive. They tank all the shit, man. I swear, bro.
I just spected them, and they tanked the whole Gibby ult in end zone and just batted through it. They don't give a fuck. They smoked themselves
Right.
twice and tanked that shit. Obviously, it's different with nades, but like still, they're just gonna sit there and tank it for sure, and we'll have to zip up and fight them. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying they're not just gonna give it up. You know, they're gonna fight for it. I'm gonna go Ash now.
Everyone is in, by the way.
Nice.
This is the game.
I think Ash is gonna give us a little bit of explosivity, which is fucking zip, fuck off. But always when we Valkov, remember, together on the bubble, and then I can Ash ult us somewhere if needed, or we can fight together.
Yeah.
But always together in the bubble.
You know what I look like?
Not bad, not bad. You go here,
Not
Tishin.
bad. Yeah.
I'll go there. Mande,
Yeah.
you're far away from your mic, I don't know why.
Oh no, I was looking the other way when I said yeah. Is it fine now?
Yeah,
Should be right. Yeah.
it's fine. You have no crap there, so we're just moving. Look at his zone, landslide. Shit, we want this so bad.
Yeah.
Blue here. My guns are so ass.
I'm fucking not looking good either. Bo R9 right now.
Yeah. Wingman R9.
Alternator
Wingman
was
here.
big, dude. I need
I'm picking
that.
up wingman for you right now.
I have mastered Wingman now.
Got a stacked wingman for you up here.
Okay, I mean I have a blue mag on me.
Yeah, I got blue mag too on it.
2 to 4 here. Okay, I just found 2 purple mags, dude. You want one?
I
I'm
got it.
carrying one.
I got purple armor now. Juice.
Nice.
I'm dropping the
should
wingman
move.
up here. Alright?
Okay, just bring it.
What the fuck am I playing then? I have R9 only then. What are you dropping?
Me?
Yeah.
Nothing. I had a Mosum.
Fuck. I guess I'll ping Peter.
I got a heavy mag for you if you want.
Yeah. Thank you. I already got blue heavy mag. I'm good. Yeah, I gotta fucking go down here and
I
loot.
have a purple one.
I really need to see if there's a weapon down here.
Where's that wingman?
Massive here.
Upstairs. Mastiff?
Yeah.
He needs that.
I'm
There
taking.
was also blue armors, but now it's too late to go back for them.
Yeah, I know.
Wingman here. Let's go. We gotta go.
Yeah, I'm playing Peter this game.
I'm one bad.
I'm Wingman Mastiff.
There.
Car SMG wingman.
I have 3 ult
Peter,
XL.
Peter Mastiff.
You have 3 ult cells. Okay.
Yeah.
This ends in landslide. 100%.
2, yeah. Unless it fucking mega pulls this way, but
It could pull like here, but I doubt it. Let's take the zip together.
yeah, I'm like 2 seconds behind Tashin.
There was so many blue armors, man. I'm so sad.
It's whatever. I'll get it.
In front
I'll
of me,
get
in front of me. There.
Do we let
We
him
might
go?
catch them. We might catch them ballooning. Right below the hill. 3 of them. Alright, move. Fuck him. Let's go for the balloon. I don't know,
One
fuck,
guy's-
taking balloon with man being fucking fat and white armor is not the smartest thing, but we'll just have to walk.
Yeah. If I get hit once or get cracked, I'm jumping off instantly.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to walk? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we have to walk.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not risking anything.
I also have Volkult and 3 ult cells.
Yeah, I know. But I just don't want to Valkult on the truck. I want to
Yeah,
come from the
just
truck,
letting you know.
see, look at it, and then maybe Ashport on it.
Yeah.
Someone's flying next to us.
I heard a step right here, I think.
Okay, be careful.
Yeah, on the roof.
Yeah.
This tower is not taken.
That's
Yeah.
good.
I'm going to go up the tower to see if the truck's taken.
Truck
Can I
doors
go
are
to,
broken.
can I go to the truck then?
Yeah, you can go to the
That's what
truck.
they
This
talked
truck is
about.
not taken, I don't think. Come with me. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm. If there's someone there, we gotta fight it then.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to. I don't see anyone.
Alright. Take that bitch. And we just asked TP for this shit after.
Good.
Nice. Good. I like that.
Nice.
I'm
Okay.
gonna peter around.
Yeah, you have to. You have shit armor. We have Valkult and HTP for whatever. The way everyone's playing, I
Can you
think.
guys look this way?
Yeah.
Can you make sure no one just walks up on us here?
They're in the tower, in the tower. 45 blue on him. 2 of them in the tower. That's all you, Mande. Get that Evo. Make sure we don't waste too much meds though.
One guy's close. Yeah. I'm in shot in the back right
It's
now.
a
also.
raid.
Yeah.
He's playing behind the boxes.
Dude, I can fuck him. I'm gonna
I'm tethering him. I
let's do
tethered
that.
him behind the
Two
box.
guys.
Yeah, he's gonna queue.
No, one above on the right. What are they doing, dude?
Yeah. They hit me for white, that's why.
Oh,
So you
Grenading
wasted a
doors.
nade?
we're fine. I'm playing backside of the truck. They're pointing on us. They're pointing on us. Get ready to fight. He fucked up.
They use port now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Gibby's all the way up there.
Grenading, careful.
I'm-
I'm playing behind the truck. Like, behind the truck is also good. Fucking degens, bro.
I got it now, blue. Nice.
Nice. I can play really well behind the truck because no one's playing height. No one can play height.
Yeah. Oh, one's running back. The other guy's still standing up there. Wraith looks like running back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can fight us here. Stupid fucking dumbass fucking idiots, dog shit fucking players. Okay, we can play all the way here, by the way. There is a team in the truck right in front of me here. They have white armor. There's 90 white armor on this guy. But it's fine. We can play here.
Purple on one of them.
I can legit play here, and then later we can play below them. Here.
Gibby jumped down from tower now. No one tower.
This truck is also taken. What do you mean up top here?
Yeah. Dildo guy.
Okay,
gone.
okay. Just keep looking our back. There's a team in this truck, and there's a team in truck in front of me here.
Okay.
They have purple one of them in here, but one of them has white.
Valk perp, by the way.
Okay, and I think I don't know who has white, but someone
Do I
has.
play up here? Or is that
No.
too risky?
Risky, I feel like.
Maybe if anyone plays it, this Taishin with his purple armor and his jetpacks.
I can do it.
Yeah, I feel like we should take as much ground as possible and not
Dude,
give them
this
too much.
caustic barrel got popped, man. We can fucking 100% Ashwood on it later. These guys are loba
wait.
loading right here.
Oh, they're back up dildo
Oh,
now.
Oh no, someone is up there, dude.
Yeah, oh yeah, up there? Yeah.
I mean, they're getting shot from here.
Do I keep you ult them?
No, we don't do anything right now. We just stay where we are and
okay,
play
yeah.
our spot.
Yeah, but not to take it, but just to damage or knock one or something.
No, we can capitalize on it anyway. This
Dude,
Gibby
we
has
need
white
the
armor.
dildo guys
Almost.
to shoot.
Dildo guys? What do you mean, dildo? Oh, there is
we
people
need
in
the guy on
dildo.
top dildo, yeah. Here.
45 blue
shoot.
on him. I'm gonna get ready if I keep going like this. What is this shit?
Do it. Keep running it.
I have no nades though, that's the only problem.
I have one arc.
I have 2 arcs.
Okay, I'm playing pretty freely here, because we can like play a lot here. Just don't let those fucking idiots do anything from the tower.
48 on one guy. I'm just trying to get perb instantly.
Yeah.
They're Valk queuing. They're sitting up tower still.
Yeah, they're still up here somehow, alive. I don't know.
I don't know how. How are they not getting shot, dude?
White armor on this guy still. They're gonna get run. They're gonna run.
Yeah, there's no way they survive there. There's literally no shot. And if they do, props to them.
Give you headshot here. Give you 1 HP here.
Flash
Why
50. One guy's 50 flash.
Why are they peeking, dude? One was
They don't
over
have
on it.
Gibby up here. I don't know
Yeah,
why
they
they're
have
playing that
caustic
already.
though, and I don't want to fucking
exactly.
get caustic ulted.
No.
We'll see where this zone goes. But our next spot to play is down here, man. Like right
Yeah.
below them, because there's nothing they
Yeah.
can do. They can't pick over.
Yeah, I have Gibby all for them. They're not playing Gibby, so
And we
could-
don't let these guys do anything, and we don't let these guys do anything. Keep an eye on these guys the entire time.
Hey, he hasn't peeked in a long time.
Gibby's cracked here again.
I don't want to shoot him.
I have
He
80
bubbled.
heavy too.
I made this guy bubble. He's playing.
He ran
what is
out.
he-
I don't know what he's
I
doing.
have 180 heavy, but I'm using car SMG and wingman.
Yeah.
And I only have 120
He's
life.
gone in 2 seconds. Dude, white armor. I
Yeah,
hit
yeah,
50,
he's still
I
white.
cracked him.
He's trying to level it up, but he can't.
I
'cause
have
if
2 arcs. You wanna nade? You spam nade him? Maybe you
no,
knock one.
No.
I don't think we can capitalize on it anyway.
I
'cause-
feel like the team up there is just gonna jump on us and just fucking
yeah,
ult
they're
us.
just gonna shit on us. So we just play from where we are. There's a team all the way playing that truck. You know the truck we usually play?
Yeah, yeah.
They're like our biggest threat because they could mirror us. We just want to get in here later and not let anyone have it.
I got purple now.
Nice. I have 10,
9 cell.
10 cells, 1 bat. What about you guys?
9 cell,
8
1
cells.
back.
8 cells, 1 bat.
This guy still has white armor, bro. This Gibby. And I think they're running low on meds because he's not even peeking anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm just tethering. I'm almost red armor, by the way. I'm 130 away.
These guys are still fucking alive.
I mean, they're running out of meds for now. Like,
Yeah.
definitely running out of meds. And they're not playing Loba, so they can't fucking rejuice, that's for sure. And there's nothing to rejuice because these guys rejuiced.
They're not playing in the truck anymore.
What truck? Oh, this team from the field?
Yeah.
Yeah, just be careful. Keep an eye out on them because they can spoil our.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm staying close to you guys. Just if they fucking full send me, we can
got
always
blue now.
use the ball behind them.
I'm not gonna. I cracked him. I'm almost red armor and then I'm gonna Phoenix. I'm not gonna heal until
Yeah.
I get red. I'm 90. I'm 82 from red. I just need 2 bullets. If you had 2 bullets.
Tashin's looking behind. Good.
Yeah, yeah, I have behind.
Good. Good. He's sitting in a corner right here. I
I
think.
got him
right?
20
Yeah.
blue. Yeah, if I keep doing that, I'm gonna get red just of that. Nice, yeah, zones too.
Chillin'.
We just keep playing as we are. We watch our back. Watch our back.
Still on the tower, one guy. But he's not on top, he's below.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, keep hitting this guy 20 blue, bro. Like I'm ruining their meds. I'm gonna get rid of that.
Do it. Do it. Yeah. Nice. Good zone for the next one.
Yeah. Crafter, I have 60 crafting. We could bubble and craft. This guy's
If you
bubble.
want.
I have 45.
I have 60 crafting. Dude. Like we need bats.
Yeah. We gotta do it now then because I need to have bubble up
It
for
didn't even
if
land,
somebody
bro.
fights us.
Didn't even land. Maybe
Wanna
I can
have
do
some
it.
heavy, not
Maybe
gonna
I
lie.
can. Maybe I can do it without the bubble. I can just go plug one on one side only, and you guys cover me.
It's so far out, but you can try.
Okay, I got red. I'm gonna Phoenix now.
Nice. Good.
You wanna craft some heavy too? Double heavy?
I don't think we can do that much. I'm gonna. I think first what I should try is do bats, man, and then
Yeah.
we'll move from there. Okay, look
Doesn't
over
matter
me.
now.
Shooting us.
I'm looking
Oh,
over
yeah?
you.
Let's see if I can do this.
They're Valkyrie right here. Valkyrie.
I plugged 2 in. Just keep
Nice.
looking over me. I'm
Yeah,
getting. I'm
okay,
looking.
okay.
They're
Let's
looking
see
at me
when
now.
That's the
Ah.
truck team and high team.
Yeah. They're fucking stealing my bat. I got one.
Good.
Stole my other one, dude.
I want to make sure no one fucking walks up here on us.
I can still make one more bat. That fucking low bat team. Yeah, they are. They're team.
They're close.
I'm queuing. I'm going back. I'm coming to you guys now.
Do it, man.
I got one bat of that, but I still have 20 crafting.
Fine, it's fine, fine. They're gonna shot in the back right now, I think.
Yeah, they're
Can
gonna
we
shit
walk up
on.
on that a little bit?
Yeah, we should maybe.
We could.
Slowly,
They're
slowly,
gonna shot in
slowly.
the back.
They bubbled here. They bubbled here.
One got knocked.
I'm setting my queue.
You guys do
Get
that,
over.
I'm gonna hold.
Yo.
They're below here. Look. They re-resed him. I knocked him. Knocked him.
Nice, nice.
It's only the raid.
You cute.
I'm gonna loot. I'm gonna bat and loot this. Watch. We should
Let
loot.
me
We should
loot,
just
let me
loot.
loot.
Finish
I'm
this
gonna-
guy.
I'm
Someone's
gonna-
flying above me.
I know, I'm holding. They swerved off.
Get that.
Get bats and shit, okay.
Take the heavy and stuff.
I took as much as I could. I took as much as I could.
Is it a solo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a solo raid. We can look to fight him. Or like to kill him.
I can whip him on dude. I can fuck him, bro.
I'm with you.
You run for 90. I have 50 energy. Heavy.
Okay, I
You
have
guys have
240.
Right here, he's behind
Here.
this, he's behind this.
I have 240.
You
Wait,
guys
let me
do
kill.
that.
Let me
I'm
kill
holding
with
it.
this with him. Yeah. Where is he?
He must be here hiding.
No, he's behind this
Behind
rock. Are you sure that's a solo? Yeah, he's
falling
portaling.
Dude, look at our spot. It's still good.
Yeah, we play our spot. We play our spot. Stop ego challenging. Mind I'll give you 60 heavy. I have
Wait,
20
we need to
crafting.
hold this. We need to hold this also. Okay?
I mean bats. I have
Two
one bat.
bats. Two bats. Yeah, we
I have enough heavy, I have
gotta
enough heavy.
we gotta hold behind us as well.
I can do that.
We should double hold back and man the place truck.
Alright.
I hold truck alone. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you
And we
guys if
can,
I need help. Okay?
I can ash port on you.
If I say help, you guys gotta be there instantly.
Yeah. 100%. That Wraith is still alive, I think. Oh no, he's not. I'm wasting meds like a fucking idiot. Ego challenging the guy.
Yeah, you have red. Don't do that. Let's give it to me. Give it to me then.
Yeah. Here, come.
Yeah, I'm coming. Dude, be careful. They have Loba.
Yeah, no,
Oh
we're
my
out of
God.
range for sure. We're out of range for sure.
I'm gonna look for kills in the truck in front of us.
How many cells do you have, Tashin? I have 6 cells and 2 bats.
132.
6 cells.
100.
How many?
6 cells.
Okay, just keep our meds. Keep our meds. We don't let anyone play this. Yeah. Stay healthy, Tashin, because when they get close, we won't have time to heal. They're definitely looking. How did he just fucking headshot me, man?
Yeah, it's just a ruffle thing over there before getting poked. I'm going back.
Yeah. No, we played. No, Tashin. You're playing here with me. We're playing head glitch here.
Alright. 5 cells, 1 bat.
Okay, I have 2 bats and I'm gonna have 2 cells. We can always craft more. There's a crafter right next to us. We can bubble craft it and craft it. Just kinda come here. Don't go all the way over there. What do you think there? Come here.
Me?
No, Tashin.
I'm back. I'm here.
Come here.
The wall coach
Nothing flying.
Yeah, I'm standing
35
on the
blue on
truck. I'm standing on the truck. One guy's Valgolding alone. Look at the purple trail.
Yep. They're playing below here, I think.
2. They landed on him.
It's 4 guys, dude. Keep looking here, Tashin.
Yeah,
They're fighting
over
here.
there, bro.
We can go fucking wrap on this. Wrap on this fight. Yeah. Look, they're behind the fucking. One's knocked.
With the wall.
Come. Yes.
On my left, here on my left.
Are you good?
Pushing you on me.
I gotta go back. I gotta go back to Mande.
I'm holding.
I'm batting. I had to go back. There's so many dead people there.
Only one.
I'm knocked.
I'm
I'm
coming.
Mandy.
Only one guy left. I knocked
Okay,
one.
we're gonna
I'm
go
knocking
back.
him
I need to heal first.
The bubble. Should we go, Mandy?
Yeah, they bubble rest. No way.
Yes.
We gotta play safe
They
as a
have
critter.
gold backpack.
Are they raising
Okay.
2 or 1?
One.
Resting 2 now.
Okay,
Resting 2.
we have to fight that. Go fucking get an angle right now.
They're down here. They're right here.
All in. I'm burning 2, 1 on flesh. Give me 1. They did it. I'm pushing this. Last guy in the rock, blue armor. Crack. Break crack.
42 on him.
I'm stopping.
We got ulted.
I gotta go back.
Any bats on them?
I'm going back.
Yeah,
I'm going
I have two. I have two. Come here. Go back, man. They come to me. Stop
Okay.
running away.
Yeah. I barely have nothing. I have two cells.
Here, take cells in a bat. I have two
This
bats
is
only.
playable. Oh, dude, it's perfect. Look. Look at this spot
Yeah,
over
I
here.
see, I see.
Okay. Where's this duo? Did we kill this duo? Right here.
I think they
I
died.
don't know. I don't know, bro. We have to
I'm
check.
getting close just to see. No, I think
taking
they're
our
fucking
spot, I'm
alive.
taking
dude.
our
Yeah,
spot.
take the spot. Take the spot. Go on, Mande.
2 cells, 1 bat, bro. I'm not wasting anything
I have
anymore.
7 cells. Here, take
Here,
fucking
I
cells.
forced his bubble.
Nice.
This guy's
This-
a rat. This guy's a rat. We gotta kill the team here.
It's the Loba, right?
No, it's a Gibby. Can you guys look at this guy? Oh, he's running over right. Never mind.
I broke the
Fucking
Loba.
shot now.
Look at them flying. Look at them flying on the top above us.
Yeah.
Look at them.
Yeah, it's like
guys.
it's just duo, right?
Yeah.
Two.
What the fuck are they doing? Look at it right here.
Don't die.
Yeah, no rig, really? They wanna play this wall here. Yeah, look at the wall here. Look at the wall here.
See.
Blue on the Gibby.
Get free. Nice. I think the wall is free.
Nice. Yeah, they're down here. They're down here. The angle's here. Caustic. 40 purple.
99. One guy cracked him.
I'm slowly touching. Not. You're doing good. You're doing good. You're doing good. Careful, there's a lot. Nice. What here?
One also. Here.
I knocked another one. Knocked the caustic.
I need to pop a bat.
I knocked. There's 2 knocked here, right? Valkyrie and caustic. I knocked a caustic.
I don't see. I
There's
don't
two
see.
kills right here. There's 2 kills right here.
He's knocked behind the car, Tashin.
Careful, truck looking. I have no cells. I can't peek that much.
He's not. Where is he? He got ported out. I'm
Right here. Oh, they bubbled up top.
one guy in front of me. Cracked
Come
him.
back.
I'm fucking.
Nice. My
It's only one guy.
Krabered, I got Krabered.
Okay, chill.
Kraber on the southwest.
Mandy, I'll probably need you soon.
Holy shit, this knockdown, man. Give me a sec. I'm gonna finish this kill.
I got favorite.
Nice.
I need medkit.
I'm getting all the loot in the fucking world.
Phoenixing?
Mandy,
I got so much heavy.
Yes, I do. I have 2. Coming to you, Tashin, alright?
I got everything. Got Phoenix. I got medkit. Here's medkit.
Give it to Tashin. We
Here.
gotta play on this,
You
I
need
think.
heavy? Do you need heavy?
A little bit, yes.
I have no bats, nothing. I'm blank.
Look at these guys up here. Look at
I
these guys
got
up
2
here.
bats, Tashin. You gotta come to me. Look at them on the left here. Tashin, let me know when you're next to me so I can grab the fucking bat.
They jumped down, these guys
Here,
jumped
dropping.
down. I've
Look at the truck here.
in the portal.
On the roof of the truck.
Crack, dead.
Nice.
I got ult in 15.
Now this Gibby.
Give me a goal help me now. Give me a
Ult
goal
Excel,
help me now.
ult Excels.
Right here.
Fighting, boys.
I'm shitting on them inside. The bubble. Look at the roof. Wait. Look at the roof.
Chill,
Wait for
chill,
bubble.
chill.
Wait for bubble to go down and we shoot
Chill,
roof.
chill.
Ult Excel here. Pop your ult Excels.
I got it.
You ulted now. We got ulted, so you have to bubble.
There.
I'm fucking hitting them. I'm fucking almost cracked one.
I have the ult now. Stay behind this rock, I think.
Yeah. They're getting shit on.
Quadruple crack.
Up top alone. I tethered them. They're gonna come out now. These guys are gonna come out. Look.
On me, my side.
Okay, I'm with you.
44. Val's dead. Val one.
They're nice,
Go,
boys.
Go, boys. Clean.
Fucking job. Good job on the ult, fucking Monday. That was perfect.
3 ult Excels, dude. I still have them.
That's how we fucking control a whole fucking portion of the map, man. That's how we fucking do it.
Beautiful play.
Good job, Monday. Play it
We
perfectly.
needed
You
that.
too,
We needed
Tashin.
that.
Ah, she's
needed
so
that.
fucking good, man. I saved my life so hard one time, dude.
Great.
You play out perfectly, both of you guys. Good job, boys.
Holy shit, you too, man. Good shit. We'll play, boys.
I only heard gold helmet.
Yeah,
I'm
I
instantly.
needed that shit.
3 ult
I
Excels.
needed it.
Tick, tick,
I didn't
tick.
even realize I was the one that had it, bro. 10 kill game, 22 points. Let's go, boys.
Go.
Look at all of us. Damage on board, kills on board. We're fucking having sex with everyone in the fucking lobby because that's what we do. We have sex with them.
We are on board, boys.
Nice job, boys. played. Alright, let's close it on last game.
Well, one more. Dude, I fucking, the Peter actually fucking went crazy right there. I was like 36, headshot, 36. I was fucking, dude.
We're obviously first right now.
We are?
But yeah, second place is 2 points behind us. Third place is 7 points behind us. So we're fighting for first now, and it's really important that we did well in this one.
Yeah.
Here's code.
Yeah. I'm gonna go take a quick pee right now.
Alright, I wrote that shit wrong.
No, you didn't. Oh yeah, you wrote yourself
No, I
wrong.
wrote definitely wrote it wrong. Trust me. I felt as I was writing, I was whipping that shit.
Sometimes I'm like, dude, I'm typing some shit. I'm like, that. I didn't know.
Like, what the fuck am I doing? What am I doing right now? That's how I felt in the middle of that. I was getting body blocked by the guy on the ground.
No?
Oh. I make that shit run around like a fucking puppet, bro, back and forth. But I wanted you to play that head glitch because it's so strong.
Yeah.
When they push on.
I'm listening.
I've never went ham with the Peter before. I felt good there. Good thing I've been playing in rank lately, dude.
Oh, shit. Dude, I could not hit a fucking joint with that thing. I almost threw here because I got hit by Gibby ult like a fucking idiot. Twice. And then I had to ult backwards. And then fucking I got sniped from the guys sitting up top the entire time. Because I thought they didn't have an angle on me. And then he headshots me. But it's fine, we recovered. But we go back there and we fucking clean that shit up. We only got 1 kill for that right team though.
Oh my god.
How many shots have I wolfed on that Gibby? No one will know. I gave you my red and I got another red, bro.
Yeah.
From shooting. Like the tether is so good, bro. Also, I broke their lobold, by the way, instantly as soon as I saw it inside there.
Dude,
Fuck
I
a
popped that
lobold.
shit 5 times in that fucking thing. More even.
Yeah, I fucking broke it like 2 times. I was fucking smoked them with PK right here.
I'm like, watch out, bro. Watch out, bro. You're gonna die right there.
I didn't take
Careful,
damage.
careful.
And then I was fighting this fucking knockdown main, bro.
And then I get Kraber, bro. No, help. Medkit, medkit.
And I got a bunch of fucking loot from that. It was so good.
He said nice, lol. I got Kraber, nice.
Nice. I thought you got. I didn't know what to tell you, bro. Good luck, yeah.
I'm just in shock, bro. I Mandy got Kraber too. I think Mandy said that.
Yeah.
Mandy said that.
I said like, okay, nice.
Oh, you said that? I'm confused, bro. What happened? We started, but
Yeah.
I'm watching the game still. Almost done.
I fucking ego challenged them with your fucking Gib build so hard. Just got him off the roof instantly. I tethered the guy on Utah Sheen. I'm on top of it.
Fucking landed on him, bro.
Man, that's fucking
Zing.
insane with the Mastiff, bro. Holy shit. You're so fucking good, man. The holy fucking shit. I
He
just
is
looked at it.
Dude, I done fucking with the Mastiff. I
Holy
knocked
shit,
two
you
almost.
smoked him, dude.
Mandy's smoking it.
Damn.
Oh man, clean with the shots. That's what we like.
You're fucking crazy, bro. I saw those Mastiff shots were ridiculous, bro. Holy shit.
Just a little something, you know. Master's better than PK. You heard it here. I wouldn't have been able to shoot 4 times there. I would have been able to shoot 2 max.
And why we get tagged in match day 4? What happened? It's gonna restart.
That's why you. That's why you want firing range, Mandy.
Nah,
Motherfucker using massively.
it's better.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be a restart, I guess.
Alright.
Am I surprised? I am not.
I mean,
Are you guys?
No, I expect
Nah, right.
everything at this point.
I expected that shit like long time ago. Already, what happened second game, bro? I already knew. Last game, first try.
That was a long match ended by admin. Holy shit, we were waiting.
I think fucking Shiv and the guys are winning this today.
Their group?
Yeah.
Really? They got second the other day, didn't they? Yesterday?
Yeah. They're going ham right now.
Nice. Yeah, they're second place right now, but they're top 5 situation, so.
Oh, someone has a Kraber last zone.
Code?
Yeah.
We got code, we got code, we got code. Posting. Dude, look at that fucking code, dude. That someone could type that randomly and get it.
Yeah.
Dude,
Not-
that is so random, dude. And I somehow fucking got it wrong.
There.
There we go. How'd I fucking whiff that, dude? What's wrong with me?
Who dare you, bro? You've already spoiled the chat.
Shiv?
Shiv, yeah, he wrote easy clap. Clapix.
There's no way they don't die here.
No, Cerdal stuck. Cerdal stuck, dude.
Dude, I feel so bad because I got hosted for over 10k by Connor and I couldn't like say thanks or anything.
Oh, damn.
By Connor? Wait, who's Connor?
Sea Dog.
Oh,
Trash
yeah,
Taste?
that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't say thanks, dude. It was bad, man.
Wait, I was about to say this.
What?
Was that the last game for them?
One more game.
I don't think so. One more for them, right?
And they have one more and we have one more. Did Sulky go to win?
No, they got third.
But I think they're first place in the lobby
Third
though.
with 10 kills, yeah.
After that.
Right, someone's starting duo. Damn.
Yeah.
Alright, last game, boys. This is really fucking important, so let's fucking...
Yeah.
Let's not fuck it up here, eh?
Yeah.
One more, baby. Come on. Tighten it up. We're fighting for rank 1.
Tommy, let's go, dude. Oh. Hot zone, beacon, crafting, overlook zone. One guy is not joining.
Yeah, we started without one guy.
Two
go,
team.
baby.
Down.
Let's go, baby. We got this. We started without him. Why though? But he couldn't.
No, the internet went out, I think.
Well,
He is mad, dude.
Nothing to do about that. We're not gonna wait
sucks.
for his fucking internet.
It just sucks, dude.
It does, but it happened to us multiple times in tournaments where I crashed, my internet died, we fucking died because of it and shit like that. But in championship, my internet died. I came back, Mande died, but me and Tashin got like third as a duo or something.
Yeah, I forgot. I remember that one. That was crazy.
And we won the whole champs. Imagine my internet never came back there and we lose that.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be.
That would have been a tilter. That would have been tilter,
Yeah.
I think.
But the fact that we got top 3 or whatever we got.
Yeah, that was big, big.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, bless you.
Thank you.
Oh, let's go, baby.
How is it not us? We just won. Fucking
Play
bullshit.
the rank game or something.
Okay, dude, we got
Alright.
shafted. Clitomizer as a shotgun. Well, honestly, this plane is not terrible in my opinion.
No, that's fine. It could be worse.
It could be
No
not even
crafter,
going
no-
over us, and then we like can't even land on our spot.
We land so late and still no crafter, but it's just fuck you, dude.
It's fine. That's what I'm saying. We'll move for early anyway, you know.
No.
Holy
my
shit!
God.
It's one of those, right?
What?
Look, it's probably that one up north or the dildo tower. Like this
Yeah.
would be fucking goated. I don't know if we're getting that, to be honest.
Yeah. The fucking what's it called the cave. But
Not
the
getting
chance
that
of us
either.
getting cave is it's pretty
It's
crazy.
not happening.
Oh, backpack.
Armor's
back?
good.
Yo.
Nice.
That's big. Oh, wingman. Holy shit, I'm wingman Eva. Like I'm already like kind of juiced, honestly. I look two
Follow
big.
Eva.
I have a fucking bow.
There's a
want that?
wingman here.
If you, I can take your, I can give you a prowler.
Yeah.
But if there's bullets for the bow, then yeah.
I have 64 right now.
There's a wingman here,
take
Tashin.
I want 2-timer or 3-timer then.
Yeah, taking that wingman.
There's another wingman here. A lot of wingmans, bro. This
Got
is
3
my
Phoenix
wing-
hits by the way.
Oh, yeah,
more-
I
arrows.
had 2 Phoenix kills as well. I dropped one.
100
I'm
arrows
downstairs
standing.
looting right now. 100, holy shit, yeah. I just need a 2-timer or something.
This team is already moving
Wingman
from
down here,
guys.
wingman down here. I'm dropping it down here to here, eh?
Yeah.
I got a lot of, oh, 3-timer. And the bow.
Okay,
I
I
got a
dropped
bunch of
that on
arrows.
top.
Yeah, drop that. Here, I'll bring the heavy mag. Here, Jishin.
Yeah,
It's
drop
over
it,
there,
drop
all
it.
the stuff.
Okay, I'm good. I'm good to move. Ooh, gold mag? Jeez. You taking that, Tashin, the gold mag?
Yeah. You need purple? I have
have a
purple.
Yeah, I
PC
can take
for
purple.
one of you.
Okay.
If you can
Was
carry
there blue armor on you or something?
Yeah, I carry. I'm going. Let's
There
go.
was no armor on me, no, sorry.
Okay. Where do you want to go?
We just have to fucking walk in from our side.
They're fighting right here. They're hard fighting.
Where? In
Right here.
Franklin? Okay.
Like mega hard
Try and
fighting.
get closer, see if we can.
Go on top of them and shoot
Arrows.
down?
Yeah, if we can get a zip line over, that'll be great. We just do our usual route, and then if we can kill them, we kill them. But we
I feel
can't-
like a lot of people are gonna W key this zone too.
Yeah, they will.
Look, 19 and full team to start again. 118.
Thank you so much. Tashin.
Yeah.
Ah, go over across. Take the
Yeah,
fucking
I
zip.
just wanna, I'm just waiting for you guys. I'm waiting
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you.
I'm saying, look at that lobo there.
Yeah, that's the team fighting hard. They're in here.
Are they still fighting?
I think so. I'm not sure though.
Clear everything ahead of us. Let's not
Maybe,
get.
maybe we just, maybe we just wait.
Yeah.
17 teams.
Yeah. We get ahead. We can get in here maybe. If it's not taken, we could be able to get in there.
Yeah.
Just walk over
They
from there.
balcony.
They Valkulted from there. Well, that's fucking perfect.
I have white armor.
Yeah,
Just so you guys know.
I'm out. So. Where are they going?
I don't know.
They're playing for KP
Maybe there's someone
100%.
already played there.
They're playing for KP 100%.
Maybe someone's always playing there. They just got it from here.
Come.
They landed. They did land there.
Come.
They landed
There's
here.
no one here.
Is it free?
They landed.
Yeah.
Come on.
Purple armor
Oh my god, dude.
and
Holy
arrows.
Yeah, give
What-
me,
what
take
about the
purple,
house?
Take the purple Tajin.
Ay, fuck your mom, bro.
You do? You fuck his mom?
Yeah. What about that house? Does it look taken? I'll walk over. I'll
can't-
walk
I
over and
can't
I'll
see
move
shit.
back if I have to. Just look at me. Bro, I don't think it's taken.
Yeah, be careful for rats.
I'm looking for rat right now. Come to me. Yeah, it's free. What the
I
fuck is
think everyone's
this?
got a double key. I think everyone's got a fucking double key.
Good. That's a tough faucet.
Yeah.
All clear, all clear. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
I think we gotta be extra patient now. Because
Yeah,
I feel
we
like
do.
everyone's got a third party and shit, okay?
We're gonna get free placement points because everyone's just gonna fight.
Someone needs to hold behind me here.
I'm just.
And I'll stand here with my bow. I wanna go
Ah,
up here. Oh,
yeah.
they're bowing from the side also.
I wanna go to this choke. By
I wanna
myself.
go here.
I have 6
Audio,
cells,
give me
one
audio.
bed.
I have
I have
12.
12 cells in a bed.
I wanna play that choke RPR.
Yeah, but we need to stay in the house right now, and I'm the only one that can fucking save
Here.
himself. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
agreed.
got a bow. I'm not gonna pick it. I'm not letting him get Evo charge. Yeah, we play that choke later. We just play house now, and we play patient. There's already 16 teams alive. We almost already have a point just by staying alive. Look at me. I'm gonna go towards the tunnel here and try and get some loot. I think I can since everyone's W keying.
51.
Just keep looking over me, man. It's anyone.
Yeah. I got you, man.
These guys are playing crypto, something else, and crypto wraith
Okay,
and
Okay,
just
just
you guys know.
audio. I'm running through a fucking tunnel by myself. It's all looted. No point. That purple armor is fucking lucky.
that was very nice.
I'm pretty sure our entire side is clear. Everyone went to fucking fight. Like this team literally valcroted into fragment to fight when they're at this spot. Come on, we can win this
Yeah.
game. We can win this game with the
Yeah,
way
yeah,
people
yeah.
are playing. With the way people are playing, this is
Exactly.
another win.
Play super passive.
For now, yeah. Until
Yeah.
all the fucking idiots are dead, and then we fucking activate.
Then we just play like we normally do.
Let's just try and get you a purple if we can, and then
I'll get it in I'm 3 shots off, I think.
someone's like on this hill of Epi.
I know I hit him for 44. $54 actually, I lied. Can someone bring those never mind, fuck it.
There's
I won't
what?
need them, I think.
Arrows?
There's 32 arrows in that building right there.
I'm going for it.
But it's just, I have 100, so it's not like...
Doesn't matter. I'll go for it just because I can. I have nothing else to do. Got him.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
I'm dropping it inside.
Yeah. They use bubble over here? Yeah, they
Like
use
on
bubble.
the guy with the bow.
Yeah, the guys, the bow team use bubble.
Okay, I'm getting closer to see if I can sniff him out.
He's playing it right here, the Gibby. Far right.
Okay.
Tashin, you're looking around, right?
Yeah, I look north
Okay,
and
good,
east.
good. Thank you. I was making sure.
Oh, I can pick up more arrows. There's arrows in the wall here.
Yeah, I'm good.
Fucking salvage arrows at the walls if I have to.
I'm taking some arrows.
Okay, let's go. I hear a Valk on the other side of this wall here.
Okay.
Behind us, team behind us now. North.
Where?
North
Here?
on the tower side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
I
getting
see.
closer. I'm getting closer. Gotta let that team know they can't fuck with us.
With one purple. Give us perp.
Tashin, I don't know if playing roof is good.
I was about to go up roof.
Maybe I'll play a bit. Maybe you guys can if I play a bit closer here.
There's a guy here. Guy dildo.
Dildo.
Roof. They can't see me on roof if I stay here. No one can
Dildo's
see me.
not in next.
Fine, bro.
I'm just playing here a little bit aggressive, okay?
Yeah, I'll tell you if they're close or anything.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone close.
Okay.
He's still in dildo. 60. Gold and purple, by the way.
Sheesh. That's
Gold,
Trials team.
Gold Valk. Yeah, gold Valk. Purple and Gibby.
Right here, Gibby.
I'm
35
one shot
purple
off.
on him.
One shot off this. Oof.
4 cells, 1 bat.
How much shots do you have?
4 and 1 battery. But I have
Gibby's
2
running
Phoenix.
back. Gibby's
I'll-
running back.
Tashin, I'll give you 4 cells, but no picking anymore. I'm on same as you, 8-1.
No.
I have 11, but I need for
Yeah, you're gonna level up.
Okay.
Just, yeah. No more picking from us. I mean, I'm just gonna hold here, but I'm not gonna like hard pick it. Tashin, just save meds. It's your mission. I don't know. Did they leave, by the way? Did they go left?
still up here. One guy still up there.
But Gibby left one left, right?
Yeah, Gibby one left. That's the
Never-
last
ne-
I saw.
They might try and play
Triple?
spoiler.
Yeah, it's the team right here.
Range as fuck, man.
But
Wait, how many
tonight-
bets do you guys have?
1.
Okay, okay. Holy
I have
shit, dude.
55 crafting though. Like, I could go serving and craft, bro. It's zone 2. What do you think?
Nah. So dumb, dude. No way we should risk it just for a few bats. I know it can save us in the end, but like, look at our fucking spot.
I should have done that earlier, man.
They're walking up here, or they're on this one I just pinged.
On the rock.
Yeah.
One is
Yeah,
still on the
no.
tower. One's real
One's
close here.
real
Real
close.
close.
Two, one guy at least, right here.
It's a raid, right? He's getting
No,
shot from
like,
the other
Gibby.
side. He's
Gibby
getting shot
right
from the
here.
other side. He's sandwiched right now.
83 headshot on this guy.
He was getting shot from the other side of the bridge. Yeah, right. He's going back.
Hit one.
Cracked him.
Oh my god, I should hit that. Fuck, dude, my bad.
We got purples now. We're good.
Yeah. I'm using this. Alright, I have 6 cells now.
I'm very-
Oh yeah,
we're in.
dude. Wait,
Close on
it
us.
fucking ends on us, right?
Yeah, we just play inside. We save our meds.
Yeah. You want to play inside now?
Yeah, I think so.
Just don't let anyone close.
I'm fucking.
No, but
Yeah,
like
we don't really care if people are close. Fuck it.
we don't want to lose our
there's
meds.
no-
We don't want to
there's
lose
no
our
reason
meds.
to
Man.
risk
Just
anything.
listen to me. Come inside.
I'm inside. I'm holding southwest.
inside, hold doors.
South and shit.
We don't want to lose our fucking meds, and we have like one of the best spots in the game. So
Yeah, that tower guy's annoying.
fuck him. He's not gonna be in anyway. Okay, where is this gonna end? What do you guys think? I think this is gonna pull back to us and like probably
Yeah, like here.
Ends
Cross.
over here. Yeah, I was thinking this,
yeah.
but I think
probably
our
there.
spot is fine. If we somehow can have roof late game,
We can because
know-
we're gonna we have Ashult. We can give you ult Ashult. We can do a lot of things for it.
dude. The thing is, when I give you ult, they're gonna bubble and stand in it. But the roof is a triangle, so I can nade up under the bubble with my arc star, and we should be
Oh,
able to
yeah.
get massive cracks in them. Okay?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Okay?
I give you. How many arcs do you have? I have 1 more to give
I
you.
have one.
One team died
give you
here. One
two.
team died here. Wait, what did you?
What do you do?
Portal.
They TP'd under us?
Hold. They might kidnap.
No, they portal under us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, chill. Don't give this guy anything. They're coming.
They're playing under, right?
Yeah, they're gonna play under. I'm looking here. I can keep tethering that side as long as you guys can look at this.
Dude, if you stick one, bro, GG. Easy.
Yeah, if I tether him on the door, we can maybe even pump him and kill him. Totem died! Now we just have to stay alive. Totem is full dead. We just have to get points here. I don't know how much kills they had or anything. We just need to get points.
We just win the game. Fuck it.
Yeah. But our contenders are dead. Keep
Yeah.
that in mind.
Did the arrow for you, my man?
Thank you.
He's here by the stairs. I'm gonna tether
One
it.
going up.
Think he went up, right?
One roof, one roof, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine, yeah.
Someone's flying on us. I see him below the stairs here.
Yeah, they're
about
gonna,
below
they'll
the
peek
stairs.
out, they'll peek out. They 100% just want to shoot us in the head.
Yeah. gonna keep my tether. If anyone tries to like run in here, we're gonna tether them on the door.
Yeah,
We
and I'm
win
gonna
the fight
art the
by default.
tether.
I have thermite ready right now.
Don't pick my old man.
Yeah. I'm holding this.
I'm also holding there. Someone ported near. They're gonna fight each other next to each other.
Yeah, they're all gonna slap each other. We hard each other.
Yeah.
I'm looking behind us here. No one there.
We don't care about it anyway. All we care about is this fucking doors now.
Manny, look the side now.
Ashold.
Look that side now.
Yeah. Oof. There's a rock we can play outside. This
He's on the fucking ramp.
right there where I pinged.
Yeah, I can
That's
ult. I can ult through the window. No. I can ult us all the way there. When the zone starts moving.
Someone's playing there.
Yeah, we can
I just
fight
saw
for
him
it.
walk before. Yeah, it's up to you.
We walk with zone and then do that.
Yeah, we go
Yeah,
last second.
yeah.
Last second we fight for those bins there. But it's
Yeah.
not in. But we
That's
can
in.
go like full left,
That's him
right?
right here.
Yeah, but isn't there people there?
No one's playing right here.
Team below us only.
Yeah, but there's a team below us. They're gonna fight us if we can play
Probably.
one piece of cover. Listen,
Ah.
I can Valk ult us literally right here. I'll Ash ult us. I mean, can I? It's not going through.
No, you can't do it through the windows anymore. They removed it.
Right.
Fuck. But I can Ash ult us there, and we can fight for like left side of the respawn beacon there, like right here. We can fight for this in between those two fucking rocks.
I follow you
Yeah.
straight, bro.
This team is gonna be a problem.
Whatever you think.
Yeah, we're gonna go for that. We're gonna do my play. We just need this team to fuck off, and then we just jump out
You wanna
this
see
door.
that? That's not in though.
I'm telling you, we're gonna fight for this in between these two rocks.
Okay,
Listen to me.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear that. I'm just making sure you know. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do then.
It's an Ash team there, and this fucking team is annoying though. If the team above us Valkults, we're taking roof.
Yeah.
Can I do with Kobe?
Yeah, you can try. Do they have a Gibby above us?
They do.
Fuck, it's bad.
I think. Yeah, that's the team that went before us before.
Okay, we're gonna have to like these guys are Valkulting.
Valkulting,
We're gonna have to tap straight to the right here. Okay, I'm going. Right here, we're good on me here. Almost in here. Just wait, we're gonna coexist with these guys for a little bit. No, you blocked my tether. Look at him, these guys are gonna fight here. Look at this caustic. Knocked him. We're gonna go now soon. Come. I got knocked. Bubble res me fast.
Here.
I'm going to bat and gonna have to Ash ult us across.
Yeah.
Now come. They're on the stairs right in front of me. We have to fight this. They're bubble resing in front of us.
I did fucking Phoenix thing.
Valk 70. Valk crack. Valk is cracked. One left.
I'm dead.
All you Tashi. Nice. Go. Crawl there.
I am.
So it's a lot of teams, Tashi. Just play alive.
Ah, yeah.
I can't.
Nice try. It's okay. We got
Got the
4
field.
points. We got 4 points. Should
think-
be enough.
I think we stay down for a little bit.
No, but I got
Maybe
fucking knocked.
But yeah, you got a knock?
I
he
got
knocked.
knocked. I knocked the caustic
no,
and I
okay.
got knocked.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
We had to play off my knock because then we wiped
Yeah,
them.
I
and
know,
then-
I know. It's just, yeah, it's such a hard one because
Yeah,
we
man,
just
I
fucking
wish
bubble,
I-
dude.
If our pair gets that through with that ash show, be fine, bro.
I got killed in the
No.
middle of the animation.
I saw it.
Yeah. He
Holy
was on the
shit.
roof shooting you. Fuck man.
Look at 69 IQ, they have everything over here.
Shit, man.
4 points.
I
Who's behind?
think that was
Who's
a good
behind
play
us?
though. Like fuck, man.
It's such a hard play because we just lost bubble.
Yeah,
Look
but
at,
we
Are
can't-
you looking at 69 IQ right now?
We can't play under the building either because we have to fight.
No,
like,
I'm
strong men.
talking about under the building. When you TP, I think because they're bubble resting, I think we just chill for a little bit between the, what are they called? Containers. Because no one was shooting at me at all. No one was looking at me, it was free.
Where were you?
Wait, after the Ash TP, we were on the train tracks.
Oh, I
Oh,
pushed the bubble, I
yeah.
knocked 2, and then I killed all of them.
Yeah, we could have chilled. I could have full healed. I only popped a bat. We could have chilled on the stairs. But the other team was looking. They were gonna fucking shoot us eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should
No,
have
not the
definitely
stairs.
waited.
I'm talking about the. Well, are you looking right now?
No, I'm
Are
looking
you
at.
looking at 69 IQ?
I'm looking at solo.
Dude, who can beat us here? 69 IQ, right?
How many points do they have?
69 IQ has to get 18 points to tie with us.
They have 2k pay right now, so
They can still do it if they win. So
yeah.
Let's look top right. If
where are they? Where is 69 IQ playing?
They're on the things. What are they called? The train tracks.
Okay, they're gonna get shit on. There's so many bubbles
Yeah,
here.
I think he's dying. Yeah, Kiswini is dead.
Okay. I don't know how much points Totem got.
Still alive. They're still alive.
Yeah, but Solaris is putting so much pressure on them. Solaris is gonna wipe them
Hopefully.
here. Yeah, they're gonna wipe them here 100%.
Yeah, 69 IQ is dead. Yeah.
2 down.
Unless Nax fucking somehow just fucking rips.
How is Nax
rips
staying
that.
alive, dude?
Never mind. No, he's still alive. Yeah.
Solaris needs to finish this. This other team needs to fuck off. They need to finish this. Go finish it!
69 IQ is alive again.
They rest both or what?
I knocked one again.
Soon. They're up now. Everyone. Kiswini's up now. Yeah.
Oh.
Full.
This fucking team are inting them instead. Holy shit, you fucking brain.
What about Totem? Oh, they died.
They died early.
What about Vex?
Solaris died.
I don't know about Vex. Vex needs 11 points. Kick is alive. With a lot of kills. But they're not.
Yeah, but they get
contested.
27. They need fucking like 30 kill game. Kiswini just got knocked again.
Please finish them.
Yeah, he's dead. Kiswini's full dead now. No way he
Okay.
survives this shit.
Please. Kick is gonna
He
win
has-
this game
he
100%.
has- Never mind. They were getting him up
Sorry,
again. There's no way.
Bro, how are
Wait,
they
how
not?
many 69 IQ? There's no way. They need like
Okay, Kick is
18
gonna
kill
kill
game.
69 IQ.
They use bubble and everything. Nah, there's a chance they win this. They need. How many points do they need?
They need 6 kills and a win.
They're almost dead again. Like, they have 3 KP. They have three kills right now.
They got 3 more? Or
Yeah,
what?
they win this. They win this, I think.
No, Kick is gonna win this by zone. Kick is gonna win the game. 100%. There's no way Kick
Go
doesn't.
fucking 69 IQ, please.
Wait, we got
Fuck.
60. Wait, they need. Oh, 18 points. It's 19 points. They need 17 kills to be and make 100% sure that they win against us. Oh, never mind. They win on the tiebreaker.
Are they on the train tracks right now?
They're train tracks. They win this.
They're on the low ground.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dude, Kick is throwing so hard. You stupid fucking idiots.
Yeah, they're 100% win. There's no way they don't.
Like,
Unless
Orange.
someone just make a throw.
How is Kick throwing this?
They need 7. Say 3 kills though. They're fighting right now. Yeah. They win 100%.
Kick won the fight.
They took
my
all the
God.
kills. Fuck, dude.
They got all of them on the ground.
I think they got everything. Yeah.
Holy shit!
No
Oh
way. This
my
guy
God.
got 3 rest 3 times.
They got rest 3 times. No one's focusing. Then we got second. They won on tiebreaker. They
Yeah,
won
they
on
won a tiebreaker, I
tiebreaker.
know.
I can't believe, dude. How are they surviving that, man? How are they surviving?
I'm just looking at Battle 5. We are second on by tiebreaker. We're 60
We're
points.
4. There's no shot we get 4 less points for a tiebreaker, dude. Overall. What? 21, 30.
How are they alive?
There's no shot. They just win by tiebreaker. I'm pissed, dude. They got the rest 4 times. There's no shot, dude. They got rest 4 times. We just lost by tiebreaker, dude.
How did they get res so many times, bro? How do you allow that shit? I'm gonna end my stream here.